Good morning. Ring that bell. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Good morning. What's up, everyone? It's triple witching. Where in the world are we? Above yesterday's high at the open. Well.
Yo, good morning, guys.
What's up, Maple?
Chilling. I took a long from 60. We're up here like 19 points. I don't want to add anything until maybe another pullback. Maybe a 15-minute pullback because we broke pivot. But trail stop and profit.
Good morning, Wolf Crew.
What's up?
Yo, KC, what's up, bro?
What's up?
What up? I mean, it is triple witching. It's always the largest expiration ever on history, right? Every time. But once again, very large expiration today. Price action will be erratic. If you're not familiar with trading on what we call triple witching, quad witching, whichever version of that term you want to use, all the options for the quarterly expire today, as well as weekly options, monthly options, futures, all the above. So a lot of times you see a big run up into the open because of that. We'll see what happens now. We are right on yesterday's high on the NASDAQ. Didn't quite get there on ES. ES is not out of the woods yet. But it will be interesting to see what happens today.
Gold trying to push the VWAP there, 4,300.
Chat, what's going on? Who's here this morning? Grambo, if we're being honest, I woke up maybe 13 minutes ago.
Same.
My
Ooh,
my daughter was up for like 3 hours last night.
my SPCQ is up 30%. I'm up $3,000. Thanks to Mr. Ryan over here.
How about that, huh?
Sade. Ooh.
How much am I up? Let me go take a look over here.
40%.
40% return.
40%. Who is Ryan? Oh my God. What do you mean, who's Ryan? Amp.
Whoa. Have a name, guys.
Yeah, his name's Ryan.
And he goes by John Cena. Dun 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 dun. You typically get good moves on a day like today, and then it chops, and then you get a good move, but you don't get like a ton of follow through. Just typically.
MRVL popping up a little bit. A little bit.
I got you, Frankie. We do have Mexico playing tonight. This is the first round of games is all over. This is the second game. First round of people getting to their second game in the World Cup. What a first round of games it was.
Morning, guys.
Morning,
Frankie.
Frank.
Yo, what's up, Frank?
Maple.
Watching this 15-minute EMA pullback on ES and Q. Good area for potential longs near VWAP after pivot broken. But concern for the previous day or below base.
What we got? Ripping and dying. Microsoft dying.
Look at
Tesla
SpaceX.
dying. SpaceX die.
Oh my God.
Let's go. Send it down, down. Look, we were talking about those 180 and 170 puts for a swing. Should have grabbed some with the SPCQ shares. Oh my God. Oh, will it go? Ooh, Tesla puts coming in. Explosive flow alert. 485s. What? Tesla's at 392.
SpaceX is at 180, by the way.
Let's go. Send it to 170.
High risk, MES long VWAP sweep.
All right.
SPCQ.
I'm getting ready. I'm watching this NFP area for a bounce. 424-ish. VWAP on NQ is right where QQQ's NFP is.
Looks like we're coming down, down.
been a wild week. A great week. I kind of want to try the long right here. It kind of already ran away from me a little bit. God, Google's getting wrecked. God, Google is getting brutalized. I'm about to be up 50% on the SPCQ. All right.
Bro, SBCQ is ripping.
Yeah, it is.
I'm now up almost $4,000. What the hell?
I want to try the long here, but I just don't love it yet.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Dude, Microsoft is dead. Oh, my goodness. Tasty's still going lower. Google had like a big pop and smack. Amazon coming down. I mean, that's VWAP on NQ, I think, right here. On 5 minute.
Yeah, I'm looking for them to hold it. ES just needs to catch up with it as well. Concern though, because Mag 7 is weak.
Yeah.
There's a little sign of life right there. If NQ can hold 15-minute 20 right here, like 470, we'll be all right.
There you go. Come on. It just doesn't look strong. I'm just gonna be patient this morning a little bit.
And Pepsi popping up a little bit. It needs to get back to like 143, 143.50. And I'll start getting excited. SNTK, WDC, they popping up a little bit. Oh yeah, WDC ripping. Very strong. IWMRTY new lows still going down.
There's something about today I just don't trust almost anything. Nvidia's fine. Apple's getting a big bounce. Google is gross. Microsoft's gross. Amazon, Meta, oof. Tesla's getting brutalized, but a lot of that's SpaceX. Semis are strong, so that's a good sign.
Oh yeah, Popeye Tessie. QQQ new lows.
There's a volume shelf from overnight right there. Can you bounce right here? There you go. It's a good spot for NQ to bounce. Good bounce. What was yesterday's high? 530s? 546. I do RTH, so 540, 546.
What the heck? What is it not? There we go. Take this one off and put this one back on. There we go.
I'm flat MES here.
I mean, right here we're up 1.5%, like 460 points in NQ. Like,
right. It's
so,
like, what do you think?
Yeah, get along with this fucking thing. I don't know how much lower we go, but I think that up 1.5%. Are you really going up 2% today? Maybe, but
Short 15-minute green prior to pivot break, targeting 30 pivot.
2K looking bad.
You could though.
Q's holding up a little bit better. SPY, IWM looks weaker.
I want to click buttons. But this is the where I get trapped the most. Taking trades between EMAs and VWAP. Like the sweep of it is like one thing, the first little sweep of it, but then after that it's like, ugh.
Amazon hitting previous day low almost to the penny. A bad spot to look for a bounce.
Look at that. 100 points.
Yeah, Q's, nice bounce. IWM up 1.25, Q's up 1.7, SPY's up 0.5%. Oops. Qualcomm. Yeah, it just hit previous day high. Well, 5-minute Morningstar reversal on SpaceX. Off
Damn it.
low.
I wanted my screenshot at 50%. Oh, Joe, you went to the game? Oh, my power's flickering. Don't start that today.
Tesla, not a bad spot, honestly, to look for a bounce right here. I know it looks disgusting, but not a bad place for it.
Turns out that was the buy down there. Yes, is so much weaker though. This is mostly, I think it's mostly semis that are carrying this. Yeah. Semis are just carrying us. You're getting some bounces across Mag 7s. Look at NVIDIA.
I've got some Tesla June 26 calls down here for a little day trade.
Yeah, Qualcomm ripping. Micron ripping. Taiwan Semi, there we go. That was one of my stock picks for the week.
415s are at 270.
This is daily on Taiwan Semi. This is what we call a bull flag, rake out, back test. I knew I should have just swung along everything last night. That gap fill. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Wonder if SPX can get back there and test at 7,500 again. Should be able to.
Previous day high on Qs. IWM kind of lagging. It looks the weakest out of the three.
High risk, SPX 73.65 put.
I see
We'll
it.
go
I see
0-0
that
on it.
too. I see that exact thing.
What's Hims doing?
Hims and hers. Oh, it broke the 200-day.
Hims. Oh, Hims popping. QCon popping.
This looks like a bear flag. Yes, looks like it wants to go take out the lows from overnight.
Previous day high smack on Qs. Hims. Yeah, 34.
What
Ripper on the daily.
what strike did you take, Maple? 74.30 or something like that?
73.65.
73.
Yeah, they're super far out because they're cheap.
Ah,
Yeah, super far out. I'm just letting it play 0-0. Because yesterday I paid like 1,700 per contract,
I know, dude. It was
but it paid, so I can't complain.
boy, I want to buy Netflix, but Netflix does not look good.
Yeah, Netflix. Tough one right now.
I'd buy it at $70.
Mm-hmm.
3-minute cross retest prior to pivot break. Let's
I think
see,
it's-
or 75.30 on ES.
Q's going down, down, in, around.
Only thing pushing us SMH just looks like we're going back to overnight lows.
IWM might lead you there.
ES is almost there.
SPCQ new high of day. I lied. Equal high of day.
Oh, here it comes. Here it comes.
Meta at lows. Microsoft trying to save itself. Amazon got a nice bounce off that previous day low.
Short green cover red coming in on NQ here. If you short a green candle, make sure you take some profit under 402. 30 orb set.
Oh, that's a nice candle on Amazon. I should have freaking grabbed it too.
Oh, SpaceX new low. Oh, am I up 50%?
$50 per contract gain. SPX sold half.
Oh,
49. Oh, man. I want this-
49%.
I'm not planning on selling. I just want this screenshot to troll Evan so bad.
I am up 38.
Watch out if we just hold this area again.
Holy Amazon. What a freaking bounce.
Google's bouncing hard too. Ondis has a headline. Meta in it.
Anyone grab that one?
That's a big buy right there. I don't know. The price action on Triple Witching Day it will try to fake you out.
Yeah.
Watch gold short here. CBC flip. I want a 15-minute 20 tap. 280.
RBLX. Those $52 calls that came in on the flow the other day. What's it at now? 51.60s this morning. Nice. Etsy, ticker ETSY. $85 calls coming in for 717. Multiple orders coming in at the ask on those contracts around 110 on the premiums.
Gold dumping. No entry given though for me.
Yeah.
Low test.
Frank, it's picking up your static a little bit again.
3-minute test here again. It's do or die for the sellers on ES.
There goes IWMRTY selling off. Fat red
Ooh.
candle, new lows.
Fat red candle on IWM.
Fat, PHAT. Fat.
Juicy.
Juicy. You know them pink pants?
She had them shorts that said juicy right across the ass.
Yeah, right across the back.
Said baby fat. You know, I love baby fat. Was that Cat Williams? That was one of Cat Williams.
Yeah.
ones.
Oh, dude, I watch Amazon go to a freaking new high of day off of that. Oh, what a freaking ripper. See if Tesla can get back over to like 391.20.
Gotta be very careful chasing today, guys. Play the edges. Very, very careful. The like I said, price action's erratic. You've got big positions that need to be closed out, put back on. Typically, you see the price will head somewhere. You'll start seeing some of those big orders fill. Price will reverse. Start headed the other way. You'll see some different orders fill, or you'll see the bid just drop out of nowhere. RBLX new high of day.
Yeah, she popping up a little bit.
It's not a terrible looking weekly reversal there.
I have that huge daily gap fill above.
Ooh, big old push, huh?
Q's getting decent candle right here. What else is bouncing with it? Apple's trying to push up. Microsoft slow bounce. Meta, big candle on Meta, reclaiming previous day low now as well.
So like a lot of big sticks just came in down there, except for like Nvidia's not doing anything. But
Nvidia and Tesla are like trying, but
look at that big stick on Google.
yeah, if Nvidia and Tesla can get it in gear down here and start pushing up, I mean that'll.
Amazon really big stick.
I know. Oh. Ooh, what was that? Almost $800 profit on SPCQ. Great job, Apollo. Nice. Shout out to Ryan.
Do I have 50% gain yet? That's all I care about.
No.
I got to be close. It was 49 just a second ago.
Yeah.
I think I got to make a new low of day.
Mine just about tapped 40% there.
How's UNH doing? Oh, nothing. Yeah, look at QQQ. Very perfect hold of the NFP.
Previous day high again on Q's. A little bit more Tessie. Let me get a little bit more of this day trade at you. There we go. All right, going to take a first trim here on Tessie. Nice stick.
There we go. Back over yesterday's high.
Went straight to the 5-minute VWAP in 90 MA. Alert went off. Look at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. 391.14. Oh, no. Don't thank me. Let me tag Amp in the Discord. Look at this. Somebody look at this. Let me tag Amp.
Somebody come look at this.
Go look in the Discord. He said, thanks for the play, Casey Trades, SPCQ.
Oh my God,
made
let's
about
go.
$5,500, but no, that is all Amp right there. He put me on it. I just realized his name was Danny too. I didn't even realize that.
I just saw his name was Danny. I was like, okay, this anybody named Danny automatically gets that. Where'd you get that cheese, Danny?
Nice. Nice work, Danny. Where'd you get that cheese, Danny?
What a ripper, dude.
Freaking stick. Kind of a long RTY right there.
They're making them at night.
Let's make him at 9. I know he is.
Where'd you get that cheese, Daddy?
All right, I'm gonna do another test then. Let's see. It's actually so fucking hilarious. I want to know what it is. Tell me.
I may be doing a lot of watching today.
I actually had to take my dog to the vet.
It's usually not a fun time.
No, he's got a snagged nail.
Oh, yeah. Oof.
It looks bad. The vet doesn't open up until noon. So they must hate animals early in the morning, apparently.
God, look at this QQQ. Look at this just second little touch here on the 5 minute. Right here. Hold on. It's right on this NFP. Right. Oh. Bull market, boys.
What a stick!
Bull
Oh,
market.
Tesla! Oh, what is that candle? Is that wick real? There's no way that's real. What the fuck is that?
I'm assuming it's.
It did go all the way up there. Look at that.
Where'd you get the? Where's your wick?
My wick goes
see your
to
wick?
392.30.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Wasn't that crazy?
Google, water recovery.
Nvidia
Amazon.
highs.
Nvidia, there it goes. Okay, come on. Tesla, Nvidia, start.
Oh, we get Mag 7 start participating in this market, we are going to easily make new all-time highs.
Just continue to uptrend. Marvell is pushing. I want to see this thing go to 320 today. I don't know how much faith I have in like a full continuation day today, but it'd be nice to see.
That was a golden retrace right there at 573.
Yeah, it's trying to defend VWAP here.
Only thing I would be very careful about is like what M22 is saying here. It's easy to try to get fooled by price action today just because of the mechanics of options. I don't think we're going to come down and fill the gap today. Unless some kind of crazy news changes this scenario. The bug map is so thin today. Oh yeah, banks making new lows.
I think banks are going to pull back. They were the leader, and now they are overextended.
You know, it's still a short and has been a short, and I've been telling people it's a short. Oil.
Oil.
What about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
What? Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking? Oh. Come on, y'all, get out of here.
Fill gap Thursday. Usually we say gap fill Thursday, but which gap are you trying to fill? Martini. We don't have any really, I mean, other than last night to this morning, we don't have any open gaps. Okay, Roblox still pumping over here.
Roblox.
MU made a new all-time high today.
MU made a new all-time high?
MU theta what?
Oh, yeah.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
IWM, fat red candle, PHAT, juicy. Oh, new lows. Amazon looks like it wants more still, though. Microsoft looking decent. Meta got a pop.
So M22, just to clarify here, you're not okay with this gap right here that filled yesterday? Looks like a perfect back test gap fill of the Friday to Sunday.
Oh yeah,
This is on
gaps
MES.
filled, baby.
On it, that's on MNQ. MES.
MNQ short, previous day high risk area. Go break your lows.
Yeah, it's looking ugly.
Gaps filled. SPY.
Ooh, there's some volume coming in. A little wiki.
Gaps filled on SPY.
Oh, school.
Now, if you're talking about just the roll gap, which is just literally the difference in theta, the difference in the time between now and September for the next expiration, could we fill that? Yeah, absolutely. But is it an important gap? In my opinion, not at all. It's really, I call it a fake gap because it's not really a gap. It's derived off of NQ. Tell me this doesn't look good on the daily. I drew this on QQQ yesterday. And I posted this. Here, look at QQQ. All right, now class, somebody tell me, look at this huge bounce off the EMAs thing. On QQQ, KC, maybe you're pretty good at support and resistance.
What up, Daddy?
What does this look like? I even drew like nice little arrows here.
That, my friends, looks like a key SR flip area on QQQ daily chart. So you're gonna have, I mean, a lot of big, catalysts in news, but usually high volume will come into those areas. You'll either see big reactions off of that, or you'll see giant candles that break through it. That's just where, one side overtakes it from the other. So it looks pretty good right there. You got a nice gap above it when it was testing it, and then the first pull back down, we filled that gap, back tested the zone. That's a 9 times out of 10 good long spot there, low risk, high reward trade setup.
I mean, we literally SR flip, potential, which you have to have it confirmed, whatever, but potential SR flip and gap fill. I don't know why I didn't just long full port everything.
Look at
Video's
Amazon.
ripping.
Look at Amazon. Oh, fucking knew it.
I'm flat on my shorts. I got sauced.
All good, all good.
Oh, what a fucking rip.
I mean, it is tough when you're up like, what, 2% of the day?
Come back up, test this pre-market high here on Qs.
Oh my God, they're saying that.
Low of day to high of day. Good for you, Amazon. What a fucking bounce. Got some resistance coming up here, just at that 240.50 to 241 area. But I mean, things are looking good. Apple's up 1%. Nvidia new high of day up 2%. AMD has had kind of relative strength pre-market, still up 4% in the holding. Microsoft from red to now green. I think it just made a new high of day, or it's at equal high.
Look at SPY too. So here's the SPY chart. If you put a little volume profile on here and just look at this right here, the big volume shelf, this is point of control, which is the exact low yesterday. Right on this big volume shelf. And this is of the entire last couple months. I don't know. I don't see anything bearish about the charts.
Marvell's ripping.
Somebody just filled 500. Whoa, your kids are... Whoa.
I'm having a blast.
Somebody filled 424 lots and then another 100 at 605. What's up, Candle Chaos? Good morning. What's up to Casey's kids? Good morning. God. Now, IWM still looks fine overall, but you're going to have to get away from this hawkish Fed and get some. You're gonna have to people like give up on that part. Stop pricing in all these interest rates or these hikes. Let me refresh this. Yeah, right now, 51% chance of a rate hike in September still being priced in. I feel like that's an overreaction, but I don't like it. We're up exactly 2% on the day. On the NASDAQ, we were basically 1% up on SPY. SP 500. I should have swung long. That was what a dumb. I mean, I was long at the exact low on NQ, but Where do they take this? Monthly opens up at 700. Oh, buddy. So that 400 was the buy that I didn't take. I did have one or two little scalp trades to get a little bit of money in my pocket, but nothing fun yet. Oh my God, they're gonna run this thing straight to 700.
Well, if you bought my red on MRVL this morning when I was down like 40%, it is flying.
Elizabeth, initial balance IB
Let's go.
is just the highest point of the first hour. So it doesn't matter like if it's a wick, if it traded there, it traded there. So whatever the highest point of the first hour, which we are, what, 5 minutes away still? We're currently still pushing that, extending that up on NQ. ES, however, is still decently far away, about 20 points below. This is hourly. How does this hourly not go to 700 beyond, like 750? Maybe it gets stuffed right there. Velo. I don't know what that is. Boy, it might turn into a lot of watching soccer for me today. I don't want to short it yet, but it does look like a short. Oh, Tesla just got wrecked.
I had just closed the rest of it right before that candle came in.
Dude, Tesla's getting wrecked.
Yeah. So Tesla still came in for sellers. SPY, you have big resistance at 746.90. QQQ top resistance zone 738. So a lot of resistance right there, pulling back. Tesla just basing. I was like, nah, doesn't look good if we reject right here. Zeta. Ooh, that was a good dip this morning.
God, Tesla's getting wrecked.
Oh my God, look at the volume on Tesla too.
I know. It's like
What a freaking save. Apple actually looks decent. God, look at that PHAT candle on Q's. Holy. Is this news? I don't think it's news.
well, yeah, decent selling across the
Yeah.
market there.
Like if you look at SPY's volume on the 5-minute, your opening candle volume very high. But look at all your other 5-minute candles so far. They're like pretty equal and decent volume this morning. It's not low volume. It's consistent. You had the opening candle downside, but then volume's just been kind of steady on SPY, just back and forth candles. So I don't think this is news related.
Do we long right here?
Took the 73.65 puts SPX again.
This looks gross. $15 gross though. Look at that. Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
IB is actually bullish on NQ. It's bearish on ES. Yeah, split IBs.
And bouncy.
SPY is dead in the
SPY.
center of yesterday.
Yup. Kind of want to sell a credit spread. Let's see.
I kind of want to short.
Yeah, I think I want to sell call side.
God,
Or
Tesla's
our
getting
condor.
brutalized. What the hell happened to Tesla?
It's down 3% now.
Need SpaceX to make a new low. Watch this, like, just start chopping on the NASDAQ down here, and SPY, like, catches back up.
Yeah, market's closed tomorrow. Why do you think this week's so fucked up?
Previous day's high, we're gonna reject. EMAs and VWAP are all just lined up right here on SPY, and yes. Dang. Get them kids lined out.
All right.
What was I? I do not have a confident single trade right now.
Marvell, new high of day. 320 coming up. Served to you on a freaking platter, baby.
They're just gonna go higher, aren't they? I think we can go to 700 today. If SPY starts participating.
Oh, they signed the agreement last night, so they're not doing anything tomorrow?
Correct.
Oh, shit. Yeah, let me tell you what I wasn't doing last night, and that was anything trading related because I was knocked out. I was freaking so delirious and knocked out. I thought I put a stop limit order on my freaking futures account, and I actually bought more
Been there
into
before.
the trade. Yeah. And then
Thought I was putting a trem one time, and I put us like a stop, put a stop buy or something instead of a stop or instead of a sell.
yeah, the sucky part is then I woke up at 1:30, saw I was down $1,000, was like, fuck, closed it. Lo and behold, 20 minutes later, after I'm back asleep, and I wake up in the morning, yeah, now Q's is 200 points higher. So it was like a double, fuck you. So
Wake up in the morning feeling like. This song's so crazy now, and you go back and listen to it.
before I leave, brush my teeth with a bottle of Jack. 'Cause when I leave for the night, I ain't coming back.
I just can't long up here.
Q still rejecting the same zone.
There you go, SpaceX, die. KC, what were you smoking?
What you talk about?
I don't know. But
MRVL.
oh, I was smoking that Marvel pack.
Oh my goodness.
That's a good looking chart.
New all-time highs next week. Unless they want to do it today for some random freaking reason. Holy shit. Look at these candles.
IWM had a nice little bounce and recovery. See if we can at least go take the IB high on NQ. That Marvell daily chart looks great. Oh, Nebius made a new all-time high. SPX wants that 7,500, doesn't it? That'll take us to a new high of day on NQ.
Will, what's up, Will?
Come on, here we go, NQ. Reckoner, the only thing that I'm like in my head, I'm sitting here going, okay, are we running out of good news to speculate on? At least until earnings season? Tesla Model Doge, you're very welcome. Thanks for being here. Whichever stream that you're on. In your head. Zombie. Here comes your IB high. SPX 7,500 right there. Trim them if you got them. Oh, squeeze them. Squeeze these shorts. Just squeeze them. Let's go to that monthly open, 700. It's in your head.
Fucking ripper.
These bears suck. Oh, come on. Let her eat. Let her eat. I'm about to go eat me a coffee. I was awake from 3 till 6 something my time. And I almost slept through my alarms. Actually, I did sleep through my alarm. My wife's alarm woke me up.
Credit spreads today. I'd like to. I mean, for SPX, what can I sell on the put side?
That's the one that feels scary.
Selling puts.
I think it's fine, but like right here, trying to sell puts is like the worst possible spot. Like, if anything, I think you'd sell calls here,
I think,
and then you'd add the
think
put
I
side
wanna-
later.
I think I want to do an iron condor.
That's what I was saying. You
soon.
could do the condor, but I think you'd put on one side of it right here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If Spy gets a breaking base over this zone right here, Q's is testing it again, then I think I'll be good for an iron condor. I'll sell some.
There we go.
far out
Scallops trader.
monies.
$1,615 or $1,615 for evals. It says for Evans. Maybe that's the term we should start using. Should we call Evan eval? And evals Evans?
Just don't say that you blew it. Oh.
Boy, somebody's going to type that in the chat at some point now for sure. I just blew an Evan. Time to play Forza. All right. Hey, that's a good day. That is a good Thursday.
That's a good day right there.
3-day weekend coming up. Interesting.
Oh. Trim MRVL. Fucking trim that thing, baby.
Why?
New all-time high. Oh. Let's fucking go.
How did you open my door? $10 old tomorrow. Just
Let's
opened
go.
my office door somehow. I guess it wasn't shut all the way. Can't even walk yet. Crawled over here and pulled on the bottom of the door. It is Father's Day weekend. We got to do a giveaway for Father's Day, right?
I feel like we should.
I don't know. It's been an incredible week.
I think I can sell 7,400s. And then the call side. Call side's close. That's the. There's not too much premium. That's a tough one.
SPX got wrecked at that spot. I'm gonna go make a coffee before I flip short or do something dumb. Your son turns 1 on Saturday. Let's go, Gabriel.
Nice. How's the first year been? You can be honest. It's a safe space.
Is that your first one, or I think he had? Do you have multiple ones? I can't remember, Gabriel. I know I've seen the pictures of the baby, but I didn't know if you had other ones older. Zombie. Yeah, I'm gonna go start a coffee.
Yeah, call side's super
Okay,
ugly.
second,
Call side's
yeah.
sketchy.
Daughter's 4.5,
I don't know
and
if I
then
want
1 year.
to do the call side. Q's is up 2%.
Ticker tap. Yeah, I'll say this: the first, really the first like year, like you're just kind of figuring things out. From year 1 to 2, it's like kind of fun, but it's kind of like now they're getting into everything. And then 2 to 3, it's like, oh, made me age. And then we got another one. And then we had a third one. Boy. Some days you just don't even know, you don't even know the front from the back. I wore my boxers inside out for an entire day the other day. Kind of similar to Tree. Yeah, I'm going to make a coffee real quick. I'll be back. All right, what are we doing? IB retrace. Well, they bought that thing quick. Ooh, Robinhood new high of day. Amazon has the news. Amazon. Amazon.
MES long, 15-minute red.
Amazon Nvidia headline. What's the headline? Nvidia is getting hit on that actually. Amazon in talks to sell Nvidia rival chips to other companies. Amazon's gonna make some Frito-Lays. Oh, I'm a huge Fritos guy. Hey, you took IV high, you should come back down to retrace into the IV 25% here, which would take you to 580 on NQ. 580. How long we got until soccer? So this looks like ES could turn into a big bear flag for the day. But it is just grinding higher. It's just like in this trend range. Just I just want my SpaceX short to be up 50%. NVIDIA in talks to sell NVIDIA rival chips to other companies. 54 minutes until kickoff. Czechia and South Africa. Where's Amazon Daily? Dude, if this turns into just a slow melt up trend day and I missed the buy at 400, I'm going to be so pissed. Oh, yeah. Amazon is pushing. You could probably short right there in the 40s, risk new high of day for the IV retrace. I am not sure. I scalped a little bit of things on one account. But I really have not. I've not seen anything I just loved. Rizzo is on vacation this week. Rizzo's trying a new thing that I think is actually pretty smart. It's just take a vacation on the rollover triple witching this week, every quarter. Contract rollover, the quad witching, all that stuff.
Yo, yo.
Yo, what's up, Brady?
It's like geeking out in Discord. I'm like, I'll come join on the stream. Just been watching this level at like 600 defend. It's been wild to watch on Bookmap.
They're about to run this thing, aren't they? 700.
Yep.
Let's see.
Rizzo's
Reject
on
IV high. Yeah.
I can see oil taking it down a little bit further and making a new low, below 73.
Gold is getting a little perky. Yeah, oil looks weak. Bonds are catching a bid. Yeah, I guess you could try it right here. 20-point risk. Sure looks like you're fighting an uptrend, though.
That back test of VWAP, I missed it. Fucking so frustrated. Let's just watch him. Oh, freak.
Around like 470, 478, or below that.
Yeah, I scalped along off of like 405 this morning. And immediately like just took profits, and that was just a buy for the day.
We got our second chance at 10:30, right when it was going to create. It was like a fake out.
Pushing this right now. Oh, there it
By
goes.
31.
There it goes.
Send it to 700.
She gone. Look at the video poking its head above high day.
Amazon getting a stick. Vance is not live yet, but he will be.
JD. Look at oil wanting to make its crack down. Pushing right down off the 9 EMA on the 5 minute. 21's way above it.
Today might be a lot of sit and watch.
I haven't taken a trade in over an hour. Just been calling some out, just off the 9 EMA on the 10 minute, that little 14 SMA scoop. I think Spencer got some of that action. But yeah, I'm just chilling, hanging with the boys. Got a little cup of espresso.
Yeah, so I just went and made a coffee. I was like, oh.
Yeah, some jet fuel.
I'll play Vance live whenever it happens.
Oh shit, dude! How long have I been mute for over here on the YouTube stream?
You haven't talked
since I went and got coffee.
Oh damn!
You said what's up, Brady, and that's it.
Oh, did you hear
No,
that?
I
Part?
think I know Maple said that.
I was Maple. Oh, dude, we haven't heard you then.
Damn, my bad. What's up, Brady? Again? You say Vance is speaking?
Yeah.
Oh, what time?
That's a good question. I do not know. And Ryan just got up to go piss.
The White House account's live now, so it's just whenever he gets prepped and walked out.
I wonder if he's going to make comments about whatever happened last night. I'm just going to move the market.
I think you could do a short now.
Yeah, I'm not getting filled on this Iron Condor, so I'm just canceling it for right now.
I'm going to short the rest of the high against IV high here. Oh, don't make me chase it.
By 68.
Oh my God. All right, I just filled right there. I'm gonna risk like 20 points.
Yeah, there's some call flow on IUSDC. I mean, SPY's going to squeeze on the 5-minute, 15-minute, 30-minute. We're just chilling. Oh, no more stream? Gosh dang it, Discord. Can't wait till they IPO so I can short shit out. Do the same thing I did to SpaceX. SPY definitely weaker.
Getting back down to that 600-ish. Nope. Yeah, trade carefully or don't trade at all.
Yeah.
No need to force a square peg in a circle hole.
Like a block of cheese and a paper towel roll.
Like lamb tuna fish. Damn you! You give him all the easy ones. Oil falling. Oil is falling hard. So I was telling you, it was crashing right off that 9 EMA, right off of 73. We cracked below 73. Damn! Look at that new little day. Let's start trading that a little bit more. Seems pretty clean. Just riding that 9 EMA on the 5-minute and just crack down. I like it a lot. Like a lamb and tuna fish.
I got big trim sitting at 582. What's it, like 62 points?
Yeah, 585 is prior day
Previous
high.
day high.
So
yeah, I took it as well. That's where I'm looking to cover some. We can sleep
Yes,
under
it's on view up
600.
though.
Yeah, SPY definitely was a better short. Same with RTY and IVIV. Q's is holding up the best.
Microsoft looks like garbage.
Garbage, yo.
I need SpaceX to look like garbage, like space garbage.
Space garbage.
Dude, they're gonna hold right here. Yes on VWAP, SPY on VWAP. It's gonna mess up this NQ trade. Oh, who was that guy? Instantly stepped in.
This one?
That one big bubble back there.
This big head right here. Big body.
Yeah.
Look map I see. I'm looking at my dog. Body.
It's probably where it holds.
Yeah, you're starting to get more buyers in this area, like 630, 610, and then of course that big one at 605.
That's fine. It kind of makes sense right here. Probably should have trimmed if you look. That little like 15-minute tweezer at the open was $5.95. But just playing the 606 here.
Yeah, money ball, baby. Play the stats. Buddy. Yeah, hi, buddy. Hi. We are below the 14 SMA on the 1 minute, so that's that momentum indicator I like to use.
Here we go. Come on. Come on. Come on, sellers. I know that you bear suck, but really it's like, come on, buyer, stop holding it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more bullish on the day, so not that that means anything, but you can make money both ways. Pigs get slaughtered.
Come on. Come on. Nosedive.
Boo! There it goes.
Boom! 62-point gain. Big trim out 2/3.
Nice, dude. Now dip below the 90 MA on the 10 minute. So now you want to see it go in smack 550s, maybe hit the 21.
I have the 21 right here on the 5 minute, by the way.
I'm looking at a 10 minute, which is still trendy for us going up. So stop. I need to go take care of
And honestly, if this pushes hard right here, it's going to look like you hit the 21.
SPY is at the midpoint from today's high and low.
Stop losses the account.
Yeah.
Boob. I'm gonna go take him outside real quick.
Shit, yeah. Is this gonna be one of those days where we go up like almost 300 points and I catch the 160-point pullback and then it just goes right back up? Because that would be classic. Patience, Frankie. Patience seems to work.
Yep.
To talk about slow news day here in Washington,
he's
D.C.
live.
So let me just say a couple of things off the bat. First of all, I think the president's peace plan in Iran is already bearing real fruits for the American people. Last night, 12.5 million barrels of oil went through the Strait of Hormuz. That is a high since the beginning of the conflict. Oil prices are down nearly at their level from the pre-war conflict. Gas prices dropped below $4 a gallon today for the first time since the conflict. And importantly, they're going to keep falling further given how low oil prices are. On the military side, the Iranians, for the second night in a row, did not shoot at any ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So far, they are honoring their end of the commitment. And on the blockade, CENTCOM has allowed north of a dozen ships to go through our naval blockade, and so we're also honoring our end of the early part of the agreement. On the military side, a couple of things that are still true and will be true whether the Iranians comply with the rest of the deal or not. Number one, their nuclear program has been completely destroyed. Their capacity for enrichment, the facilities at which they were using to develop enrichment and develop a potential nuclear weapon, those facilities are still destroyed. Their conventional military is still destroyed. Their capacity to threaten their neighbors is still largely gone. And now we see whether they are willing to comply with the next step of the president's peace plan.
Oh, KC
As you all know, the part of the peace plan, the part of this MOU that I think have been most misrepresented by certain parts of the media is the idea that the Iranians get all these benefits. You will hear things about $300 billion or $24 billion or this or that number of money or amount of money. And the simple fact is that the only way the Iranians get any of those resources, not a single penny, by the way, from the United States of America under any circumstances, but the only way that they would ever get any benefit of the bargain is if they comply fully and change their behavior. And so you really have a win-win situation for the United States of America. If the Iranians don't change their behavior,
I just stopped on the bounce here.
to have a transformative relationship with the Middle East, and the Middle East will have a transformative relationship with the people of Iran. That's a win for the American people and for the President of the United States, regardless of which option the Iranians ultimately choose. We obviously want them.
What the fuck?
People to appreciate this point in particular is that about how exactly to proceed. And what we've seen over the last couple of months is that the pragmatists within the Iranian system, the people who really do want to transform their relationship with the Middle East and with the world, those people are winning the argument. The United States wants those people to win the argument. The United States wants to have a better relationship, but in order for that to happen, the Iranians have to perform. And if they don't perform, as we've said before, they don't get any of the benefits of the bargain. So what I'd ask all of you is just to report honestly that the United States isn't giving up a cent of money to Iran, and even the economic benefits, the sanctions relief and so forth that comes along with this bargain only happens if the Iranians perform. So with that, I want to say thanks to all. Happens if the Iranians perform. So with that, I want to say thanks to all of you. It's good to be with you this morning, and I'll kick it over to questions. Let's start right over here to the right.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to ask a follow-up on something you just mentioned. You talked about the possibility of the current Iranian leadership fundamentally changing their behavior. Do you think that the current Iranian leadership recognizes the leverage that the U.S. holds over itself economically, militarily, enough to actually go forth with fundamentally changing their behavior over the long term and going about things differently?
So I certainly think they recognize the leverage that the United States has over them. We've seen that in a number of our conversations. We've seen that just in their behavior over the last couple of days. They certainly recognize that the United States has great leverage. Will that ultimately lead to a change in behavior? I don't know. I've seen skeptics of the deal. People say the Iranians will never change their behavior. Well, maybe that's true. And if so, they don't get any of the benefits of the bargain. But isn't it worth trying? Isn't it worth seeing whether this incredibly weakened position that the President of the United States has put the Iranians under, whether that motivates them to change their behavior, not just vis-a-vis the West, but vis-a-vis the Middle East? And one of the interesting things about this is, the technical details of this we can, of course, get into. There are going to be any number of opinions about the negotiation, about where it's ultimately going to go. But I tend to think that you should trust the people who know the Iranians the best and who have the most to lose. What are the Gulf Arab states saying about this deal? What are they saying about this deal compared to the JCPOA in 2015? This is the Obama nuclear deal. Well, back then, they hated that deal. they felt like it empowered the Iranians to be bad actors across the region. And of course, that's exactly what happened. They were right about that. What are they saying about the president's peace deal? They're saying this is an amazingly transformative thing for the region because either way, we and the broader region win. Iran is weakened, their nuclear program destroyed, their economy in desperate straits, and if they change their behavior, big things are going to happen for Iran and for the world. If they don't, no skin off our backs. Either way, we win, and that's the way the president has set up this deal and this negotiation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice
Yeah.
President. Just a quick housekeeping question, just think you answered in your topper, but did the 60-day period officially begin yesterday?
I would say the 60-day period officially started today. It was signed late, and it may have even been signed technically, because of the time shift. I think it signed technically today, Iran time. So yes, the deal started yesterday. We're going to
You're up
start the
50% on
60 today.
SPCQ.
Go ahead.
Can you help us understand President Trump's shift on his stance for Iran's ballistic missile program? Initially, it was a key objective to dismantle it. Yesterday, he said it would only be fair if they had some, if the countries around Iran also had some. So when and why did that change? And will the final agreement have any restrictions on these missiles?
So we destroyed a substantial number of their ballistic missiles and their ballistic missile launchers themselves. It's not just the bullets, but it's the actual gun. And that's what we were extremely effective at in destroying during the last 3 months of the campaign. All the president said yesterday is that, of course, countries don't give up the right of self-defense. Israel doesn't give up the right of self-defense if Hezbollah fires rockets or drones at Israel. The Iranians don't give up the right of self-defense in their country, but we do expect that as part of the final deal, they are not going to be able to build the kind of missiles that can broadly threaten the entire world. And that's what the President of the United States said yesterday. And look, I mean, it's very simple.
Here.
You can't tell a country, whether Israel or Iran, they're not allowed to have any self-defense. That's not what the president has asked. That's not what the president has requested. But as part of the final deal, what we want to see is Iran not funding regional instability, funding regional terrorism, and of course trying to rebuild their nuclear weapons program. That's the main thing. The nuclear weapons program is destroyed. It is gone. If the Iranians decided tomorrow to build a nuclear weapon, they simply don't have the capacity in order to do that. What we're trying to ensure is they don't rebuild that capacity, not just a year from now, 2 years from now, but many, many years from now, so that our children never have to worry about a state sponsor of terrorism having a nuclear weapon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You were just saying that you're hoping this deal would prevent Iran in the future from getting a nuclear weapon. But from what's been put out there of the MOU, I'm curious, how does the MOU reflect that in the future Iran will not in fact get a nuclear weapon? What's stopping them from down the road, to your point, rebuilding and
Rivian
restarting
CEO
from
on a
where we were
podcast
pre-war?
basically was rebutting
Well, number one,
an
they would
idea
have
of
to
a
get a
sell
lot of money
of
in
Rivian
order to
to
rebuild
Elon
their
Musk.
nuclear program. You're talking about billions and billions of nuclear infrastructure that the United States destroyed. In order for them to rebuild that program, they would have to get a lot of money. And we have them in an economic chokehold right now that we're not going to release until they fundamentally change their behavior. What would that look like? That would mean a real inspections regime. That would mean a real enforcement
I'm quoting
regime.
you
As
right
the
now with
MOU
my profits.
contemplates, that would mean the destruction of their enriched stockpile.
Saying thank
All
you.
of these things are the sorts of steps you're going to take if you're serious about ending your nuclear weapons program. And that, again, is why I go back to this fundamental trade that's built into the deal. They need money to do anything. Their economy is in absolute dire straits. But in order for them to get any integration into the world economy, they're going to have to show us and verify for us that they are changing their behavior. And that's why the deal is set up in the way that it is. Go ahead.
President Trump said yesterday that he was going to blame you if the talks with Iran go sideways. Are you worried that he's going to make you the fall guy?
No, not at all. I mean, I think the president was joking, but as he often does. But no, I think, look, the entire team has worked very well on this, and we've got this thing to a very good place for the American people. Now, I have seen some progressive criticisms of me personally saying, what experience does the Vice President of the United States have with hostile, high-stakes negotiations? And I would point those progressive critics to the fact that just 2 days ago, I spent over an hour on The View So I actually have great experience in very hostile negotiations, and I've used that. I mean, look, Joy Behar is way tougher than the Iranians, and she and I are best friends now. So we're going to get to a good place here. We're going to get to a good place. We're already at a good place. It's just a question of whether we can really get the icing on the top of fundamentally transforming Iran's relationship with the world. Go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of just timing questions. How soon, as the MOU lays out, can Iran start selling any of its oil that has sort of been impounded, right, with the blockade? And two, can you sort of explain the Lebanon component to the MOU and how that front works and the enforceability of it?
Yeah, so the Lebanon component, this is about regional peace, right? This is about regional peace. And what that means is we expect Hezbollah is not going to be firing rockets and firing drones.
Oh, there's the fall.
And we also expect that the Israelis are not going to be going
Yeah,
wild
it's
in
just
Lebanon.
right? There's
Both
100
sides
points.
have to honor their end of the deal. Now, as you guys know, sometimes these ceasefires are a little messy. The President of the United States said this a couple of weeks ago, that a ceasefire in that region of the world just means they're shooting a little bit less at each other than they were before. What you've seen is radical progress in Lebanon, less shooting, less firing, but you're still going to have these little flare-ups from time to time, and that's just the sort of thing that we're going to have to manage through the diplomatic process. Secretary Rubio's been sort of the person on point. It's actually worked out extraordinarily well because we do have substantially less shooting, but it's going to be something we have to manage. And eventually what we want to see is the Lebanese government, the elected representatives of the people of Lebanon, who are able to police southern Lebanon so that Hezbollah has not taken over the country, the Israelis are not threatened, and then consequently the Israelis are not attacking southern Lebanon or Beirut either. That's the plan there. You asked about the Iranian oil. Look, one of the interesting things that you've seen is that the Iranians have been completely unable to sell oil, not because of sanctions, but because of the blockade. Fundamentally, the thing that we have done here, the original, what we give, what they give, is that we said we're going to lift the blockade, we're going to allow you to sell some of your oil, and they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz. We see that process starting to work already. It's going to take a little time before it picks up fully, but that's where we are today.
Try not to look at it.
Mr. Vice President, the MOU, just on the Strait, the MOU guarantees 60 days of toll-free passage, but after
it could
that,
be a
it
buy
is
right here.
left to a regional dialogue with Oman and Iran deciding the future governance of the Strait. A senior U.S. official told us yesterday that they expect Iran to push aggressively on this, but also that Gulf states won't allow any kind of tolls. How strenuously will the U.S. fight to keep tolls out of the Strait and keep any fees away from the future Strait and commercial traffic? And are you going to leave it to the Gulf states to kind of fight this battle?
Well, first of all, we believe international waterways should be free of tolls, and that's been our position. That's what you see, of course, in the 60 days of the MOU. And when you say it leaves it open, it doesn't really leave it open, except in the sense that, of course, the final negotiation is going to set the terms of what comes afterwards, right? You said, I think that it's the Omanis and the Iranians, but it's actually the MOU contemplates that the Omanis, the Iranians, and the Gulf Coast Coalition together will figure out a proper security framework for the Straits in the future. And what I mean by that is that we don't ever want this to happen again. Right? That's not about tolling. That's about ensuring that the Straits are never used as a choke point for the global economy ever again. It's frankly not what the Iranians want. It's not what the Omanis want. It's not what the GCC wants either. So what we're going to do, of course, working with our allies in the region, is to ensure that that is reflected in the final deal. And if that's not reflected in the final deal, there's not going to be a final deal. And that is, I keep coming back to this fundamental structural point of this negotiation, which is that we have all the cards. If the Iranians want the benefits of the bargain, they have to give us the things that are necessary to get those benefits.
Jesus.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
We'll do both. Okay. Both you guys. There's one in the white and then one in orange, I think.
What about the thing?
450 would be.
Sorry. Okay. Maybe I'm colorblind. It looks more orange to me. I don't want to have a debate about that. Orange, pinkish. You go first, and then in front of you can go second.
President, thank you, Mr. Vice President. How does the points about granting some immediate waivers on sanctions, especially from the Treasury Department, how does that square with the Iran Nuclear Agreement Review Act? And are you planning on briefing Congress on this portion?
Yeah, so I talked to James Braid, our head of OLA. We do plan to brief Congress very soon. I believe that they got the formal copy of the signed document this morning, and if not, they're going to get it at some point later today. We are planning a briefing. I believe right now the House is out of session, the Senate is in session, though maybe I've
Rolled my
reversed that.
MRVO.
But we're going to ensure that the team briefs Congress and, of course, answers their questions. We've been doing that informally, of course, talking to a number of people in Congress just over the last week. We'll keep on doing that, and we'll have a formal briefing. I won't say exactly when that will be because it depends a little bit about session schedule. Your point about the sanctions is I'll go back to what I said earlier, which is really the choke point on Iranian oil was never the sanctions. We didn't see that as a major concession to the Iranians. Frankly, the Iranians didn't see that as a concession to them because what prevented them from selling oil was not the sanctions. They were selling plenty of oil without any discount because the sanctions were just fundamentally ineffective at that point. What the sanctions did do is move the Iranian financial system to sort of the shadow banking system. So by lifting the blockade, that's the significant thing that has changed. And by lifting the sanctions, we're actually going to be able to see a little bit where their financial system actually sends money and receives money. That's a real benefit to the American people. And that's really the only thing that has changed by the change in sanctions. Oh, sorry, I forgot that part of the question. No, we don't think so. We actually have an opinion from OLC we feel quite confident about that, Congress does, there are certain things that require congressional approval. There are certain things that don't require congressional approval. We feel quite confident that we can temporarily lift those sanctions without going to Congress and seeking their approval on that.
Apparently, there's been reports coming out of Israel that Iran is already funneling oil money to Hezbollah even before this particular MOU was signed. And how exactly is the U.S. looking at this? If we're talking about behavior on part of Iran, I mean, October 7th happened. And if there's concern that perhaps Hezbollah
so bad.
end up doing some sort of attack on that scale, then, how exactly are we talking about the reaction from the United States? If we're talking about perhaps
I guess topped out like
scale attack
2 points from the high of the candle.
Are we waiting for that type of attack? I mean, what exactly is a scale here?
Sorry, you said what exactly is a scale?
Well, I mean, like, what type of attack would it take to actually get a reaction from the United States to say, okay, now we're actually going to start dropping
What is this question?
on Iran for having bad behavior?
Well, we don't want a scale of any attack. Any attack, whatever its scale, is unacceptable under this agreement. Now, you asked the question saying that oil money was flowing to Hezbollah before the MOU was signed, and it's one of the reasons why we are actually engaged in this process is to ensure that no money is flowing to Hezbollah. So it's interesting where people will say that the MOU is bad because the MOU produces consequences that were actually happening well before the MOU was signed. That's not a reflection on the MOU. That's a reflection of why we need the MOU to ensure that we have the regional peace and stability that we need. Now, what I would say to some of the critics of the deal that I've heard that will say, well, Iran's going to get all this benefit. I'll repeat what I've said, and I'm probably going to have to repeat it a number of times, is what is the benefit that the Iranians get that they didn't have before? And the answer is nothing. They don't get anything unless they change their behavior. If they change their behavior, that is a thing to celebrate. That's going to transform the Middle East for a generation. If they don't change their behavior, they don't get the benefit of the bargain. And I think, I got to be honest, I think fundamentally this idea that, and it's a misrepresentation of the MOU, this idea that the Iranians get all these benefits before the deal is actually consummated.
Right, well,
the idea
right
that they get
down in that
benefits
area,
before they change their behavior is fundamentally a
Trappy
talking point
area
that is
right
issued
here.
by people who want the conflict to
Yesterday's
continue
high.
indefinitely, despite the fact that that's not good for the American people and it's not good for the region.
God, I fat fingered
Way in the back.
I'm dyslexic. Because of the other one.
We also
All the way back in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President.
I mean, look at
Red here?
box, look at the upper part of this
We'll
box.
do, okay, sorry.
Thank you. I'm wearing bright red.
So many people are wearing red. You can go first. Kara, right?
Thank you, Kara.
Okay,
Thank
and then
you.
next after
Okay,
that.
great. Could you highlight the major differences between this deal and President Obama's deal in 2015 and why the administration believes that this deal is superior? And second, Mr. Vice President, President Trump has been vocal lately about his disapproval for Bibi Netanyahu's
Too long
attacks
for
on
anybody to
Lebanon.
really care about.
Has the
Jordan was
administration
born.
spoken to Bibi Netanyahu directly about the president's
not
concerns
here,
recently,
you
and what
can't
is the feedback from Israel?
Yeah, so we speak to Bibi or speak to somebody in the Israeli government, just as we speak to the Gulf Coast Coalition, our regional partners, pretty much every day, at least at some high level of our government. Look, the president's been very clear. He does not withdraw from Israel. No one could withdraw from another country the right of self-defense. Israel has the right to defend itself. But fundamentally, the Israelis, just like everybody else, have to respect this peace process that is fundamentally good for them and good for the entire region. What the president has grown frustrated sometimes is that we seem to be right on the cusp of a major breakthrough in the agreement, and then all of a sudden there's a major explosion that goes off in a civilian population center in Beirut, and a lot of people who have nothing to do with Hezbollah lose their lives. That's not acceptable. That's the sort of thing that we've asked for closer coordination so that we ensure it doesn't happen. And our message to the Israelis, just as our message to everybody else, is fundamentally, we want this peace process to be good for you. We do not want Hezbollah attacking Israel, but in order to ensure that that happens, we have got to actually build the kind of regional framework that can cut off the money to Hezbollah, cut off Iranian support for Hezbollah, and also ensure that Lebanon's territorial sovereignty is respected by all parties. And the difference between the two agreements. So first of all, the two big differences are not even in the substance of the deal itself, but something I said earlier are, number one, the Gulf Coast Coalition loves this deal because they think that it makes Iran weaker. They hated the Obama deal because they thought that it made Iran stronger. They know more about this, and they have more to lose than anybody, including the United States of America, so I trust their judgment.
We haven't taken the IB out on either side
on the deal came from.
Yes.
You have to remember, in 2015, Iran had built a sophisticated nuclear weapons program with a nuclear weapons stockpile. So the perspective that we came at as the United States was, you already have a really nice nuclear program. We're going to bribe you with American money in order to stop it. Our perspective and where we're coming at it is, we already destroyed your nuclear program. And so if you promise and show verifiable pathways to not rebuild it, then we're willing to give you some sanctions relief and things like that. So it's a fundamentally different perspective. Now, there are all these substantive differences as well. The Obama nuclear deal allowed enrichment. Ours will not. The Obama deal allowed the accumulation of stockpiled weapons-grade material. Ours is actually leading to the destruction of that stockpile of enriched material. So there are many differences. The Obama deal gave them over $1 billion of American money. This deal gives them $0 of American money. So a lot of substantive differences, but I think the most important differences are where we're coming at it from a position of strength and the fact that our Gulf Coast partners love this deal. No, sorry. I said the other, all the way in the back. Thank you.
Margaret with the Daily Wire. The president has said that if Iran doesn't behave themselves, we're going to resume military action. So what is the red line for what Iran can do before they cross that red line and we do resume military action?
Well, it's going to be a holistic approach where we look at their behavior. Are they funding terrorism? Are they leading to attacks of other people? Are they trying to get centrifuges to redevelop their nuclear weapons program? There are all these questions that we're going to ask about whether they've actually changed their behavior. Do they allow the inspectors in as they have promised that they would do, or do they refuse to allow those inspectors in? A whole host of things we're going to see. We're working towards a very successful resolution of this process. But again, it takes two to tango. And what the president's just saying is that we maintain economic, diplomatic, and military leverage that nobody else in the world has. So if the Iranians want to change, great. We're going to help them. If they don't change, we still got all the cards. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, sorry. In the blue jacket. Yep.
This one right here. This one right here, Mr. Vice President.
That's a Navy jacket. Should we have a debate about the difference between blue and Navy? Not that guy, because you give a speech whenever you ask a question. I'm going to give her an opportunity. Hold on. Guys, you're speaking over the person who's asking the question.
There's been a lot of frustrations with Americans, particularly about the gas prices. You touted the fact that they're coming down. The president has gone on True Social touting this. But when should they expect to see gas reach that $3 threshold?
Well, I'm not an economist, and I think even the economists would get this wrong, but the fact that you've seen gas come down about 65 cents a gallon on the national average, and the fact that you see oil prices that are basically
got a gas tax
close to where they were at the very beginning of the conflict, I think you're going to see a substantial reduction in gas prices. I'm not going to predict the exact price. If I was able to do that, I might be in a different business than politics. But we do think you're going to see significant relief at the pump on top of what we've already seen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You keep
saying that Iran will only reap economic rewards if they comply and change their behavior. But under this deal, they are being allowed now to sell their oil freely. Again, how is that not a financial benefit? And they're being allowed to do that without making any new concrete nuclear commitments. So can you explain how is that not lopsided?
Well, first of all, they've made very concrete nuclear commitments. They have committed to the destruction of the highly enriched stockpile that they have in their possession. But number two, all we've done is lift the blockade in the Straits of Hormuz. We basically returned it to where it was before the conflict. The blockade is off. We put that in after the conflict started. The straits are now open. That's not a new benefit to the Iranians. They were selling oil for many, many years, well before we ever put the blockade. We opposed that blockade. They stopped selling oil, and now we've lifted the blockade in order to promote the free flow of energy across the world. Go ahead.
A U.S. official described having secured some of these quote-unquote gentlemen's agreements with Iran on certain aspects of the negotiation. So when it comes to highly enriched uranium, can you walk us through what's been secured, even in these kind of gentlemen's agreements, on how exactly they're going to get rid of the stockpile? Are there agreements on low-grade enrichment? How long is the moratorium on enriching uranium for Iran? And are any of these gentlemen's agreements written down anywhere?
So some of them are written down, but fundamentally, whether they're written down or spoken, this is why we structured the deal that we did, because we don't trust words. We trust action, and we trust conduct. And so we're going to reward conduct, and we're not going to reward any words, whether they're written on a sheet of paper or not. There's a lot of discussion, the MOU, the gentleman's agreements, the final deal. Words don't matter, ladies and gentlemen. We're about verification.
I took a small
and so
long
what
on
we're going to do
ES
is to
down
say,
there at like
if they do the
45.
things that they have promised to do, they have promised not to
reaction.
enrich. They have promised that they would allow inspectors in to destroy that highly enriched stockpile, and then, of course, it's not usable anymore. You take it somewhere else. They promised a number of things, and that's why the deal contemplates a number of benefits if they do those things. But it doesn't do anything if they don't actually meet those promises.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Follow up on that, sir.
Go ahead.
If they don't follow through with their commitment, will the U.S. go back to imposing sanctions and the blockade, or does Iran get to keep some of the concessions that it has already secured?
Well, first of all, the sanctions are still on with the exception of the oil sanctions, which I talked about were no longer effective. The purpose of the oil sanctions is to drive down how much Iran is charging for a price for a barrel of oil. Those sanctions had stopped being effective. The blockade is what's effective. And again, that's the thing that has changed in accordance with them opening the Strait of Hormuz. No sanctions will come off unless they perform the benefit of the bargain, and every sanction will come back on. Let me hypothetically. Let's say 2 years down the road, they've done what we need to see on the nuclear program, and we release the sanctions as the deal contemplates. Then they decide they're going to start rebuilding the nuclear program. Then, of course, those sanctions are going to come back on, and that's why it's really kind of like a dial. As they dial up their good behavior, we can dial up the economic relief. If they dial down their good behavior, we can turn it off. It's the good thing about having the leverage, and it's a good thing about being the United States of America, where we just fundamentally have so much influence in the world financial system.
Banana Rip 5 gifted memberships. Big shout out to that.
Boone said it's unrealistic to get the Save America Act passed by attaching it to FISA, which is what the president's looking for. Do you believe this is possible?
Well,
Amazon is ripping.
Why don't we try and at least force people to vote against it? One of the things that sometimes frustrates me about the legislative process is that people will go into it saying, this isn't possible, therefore we're not even going to try. Well, let's actually see. Let's try it. And if it's not possible, then let the people put their name on it. This is also good for the American people. How many American senators know that the American people love the Save America Act because they believe in voter ID? But how many of those same senators don't want to vote for it because they know that the radical elements within their own party would punish them for it? Let people go on the record and actually answer to the American people, which is why I think we should do exactly as the president said. Rob. Rob.
Thank you very much. On Monday, we were told
Rob Lowe. Shout out to Banana Rip, Wolfpack member. Been here every day, giving 5 memberships.
Friday. You, I think, then said by Friday, and then it ended up being read out on a briefing call yesterday. We were told the MOU had been signed electronically on Sunday. There was an Axios report that it hadn't been. There's going to be a signing ceremony on Friday, and then it's signed at Versailles last night. Is what's going on behind the scenes as chaotic as your public messaging?
Well, I don't think our public messaging has been chaotic. I think dealing with a fractured Iranian system where communication isn't great is just sometimes something that we don't fully appreciate or we don't fully understand. What really happened here is that we did sign the MOU on Sunday. That locked into the terms of the deal. What the Iranians came to us and said is, we'd like not to release the text until Friday. I don't really understand that. I wanted to get the text out immediately. But in order to be accommodating to them, we said, sure, okay, we'll wait until Friday. And then what happened over Monday, Tuesday, the president was in G7, maybe foreign leaders were talking to the Iranians and encouraging them to do that. We were definitely saying to them, we understand your desire not to have the text out until Friday, but we live in a democratic system. The American people want to see the text of this deal. We would certainly like to get it out as soon as possible. And so they came up with having their president sign it, our president sign it, and then just releasing the text as a signed document immediately at that point. I do wonder, Rob, this is pure conjecture, I'm just guessing at this. I wonder if part of it is that they wanted to have a Persian translation, a Farsi translation that they felt good about. And then, of course, once they translate it into Farsi, our State Department has to confirm that the Farsi translation matches the meaning of the English. I think that is part of what was going on here. But the text is out there now. We said that we would be transparent about it. But the reason why it went back and forth a little bit about when exactly the text would be released is just we were trying to show good faith to the Iranians who, for reasons I have no idea, cared a lot about how
Google
the text
and Meta.
itself
Google
was rolled
and
out.
Meta.
Blue tie there.
Yeah, Google.
Ripping. Meta's getting a big stick.
With IMX 7, this is what I wanted to see.
Yeah.
Sell its oil right away, which means that Iran can take in
Apple just printed a Morningstar reversal off the double bottom.
Millions of dollars. Iran's economy was in tatters. How is this not essentially giving a lifeline to Iran economically? And what's to prevent Iran from using all of that money, all of those millions of dollars, to prop up its proxies in the region?
Well, the number one thing is that we actually see where the money moves now because of what we've done with the financial sanctions. We actually know
and Tesla
where
are
the
the only two
and
that
so
are
we have
still
great
red.
confidence that we're going to be able to see if they try to fund terrorist organizations.
Yeah,
we're going to be able to see that. But you said that millions of dollars
Tesla could
is
be an
a
inverse head and
lifeline. Right now,
shoulders.
the Iranian nation is a nation of 94 million people. Their economy is in a free fall. They have sky-high inflation, and fundamentally, about $1 trillion of damage to their industrial base was caused over the last 3 months. The idea that selling a few $1 million worth of barrels of, or a few $1 million worth of oil is going to fundamentally transform the Iranian economy, that's just not true. We thought that it would be good in order to lift the blockade and open the Straits of
I gotta go
Hormuz
run my dog to
allow
the
the
vet.
free flow of energy.
Hopefully I'll be
we
back
felt that it was reasonable that if we're
the
going to allow
last little
everybody else
bit,
to sell their energy
back half
during this period of
session. Not sure how
negotiation,
long
we would
it's
allow
gonna take,
everyone
but
to sell their energy. That's all we're doing.
Nice morning
we can slap
so
everything
far.
right back on
And
if the
hopefully I'll
Iranians
see you
don't make
guys
the deal
in like
that we
an
expect.
hour or two.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a
Sounds
little
good,
bit.
Casey.
Later.
Either one. Yeah. Guys, how about both of you? Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, so President Trump said we'll finish one, talking about Iran, and he said then Cuba is next. Is Cuba next? And also on Colombia, Mr. Vice President, he has mentioned Colombia 3 times this week. Why is it so important, the election day in Colombia for President Trump?
You guys have to ask Marco about Cuba. That's
White House delivers Iran agreement to Congress.
Look, our view, go ahead in a second, but let me just actually answer this guy's question. Fundamentally, in Cuba, it is a system that hasn't worked.
Dude, they're just
They
sending
can't make any
everything,
money.
aren't they?
Their economy is, frankly, probably in worse shape than the Iranian economy.
Look at all the
It's
Mag
90
7s
miles from our
ripping.
shore, so every time that there's a crisis, you end up having desperate refugees or desperate, people who can't feed their families trying to flood into our country. We want the people of Cuba to be happy and successful. We're actually talking to the Cuban government right
US
now about how they could change their ways to change that. We're going to see
all
what they do, and
conflicts
obviously,
are stopped,
if they
including
do one
Lebanon.
thing, we're going to do something. If they make smart decisions, we're going to have a much better relationship with that island. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, thank you so much. I know that you are still not sure if you are going to run for president in 2028, but if you do not, is there anyone in particular that you would want to see run?
What's your name?
Stephen Kapuska, sir.
I want Stephen Kapuska to run for president in 2028. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice
Yeah.
President Vance. I've got two questions. Could you describe the status of your Switzerland trip? Are
Sure.
you definitely still going? What are your plans? And also, if we could drill down on frozen funds, there's been a lot of focus on oil sanctions, but on frozen funds, what's your understanding of how much money is frozen? How much of that is in the U.S.? And a senior administration official briefed some of us reporters earlier this week that there might be small antes, is what he said, like small releases of money to build trust with the Iranians early on. Could you describe that whole situation?
So on the frozen funds, the amount of money, I honestly don't know. I've heard numbers north of $100 billion. I've actually heard numbers north of $200 billion. Most of it is not in United States accounts. Most of it's either in the Gulf or in Europe or somewhere else. But I don't know the exact amount of money. It's a lot. It's one of the reasons why we've had such a successful chokehold on the Iranian economy, though by not even close to the main reason. We're not releasing a single dollar of that money until the Iranians perform. And there are a number of ways they could perform. For example, let's say they actually take meaningful steps, and this could happen very quickly, to destroy that stockpile of enriched material, then we're going to have a conversation about it. But they have to perform. I've seen some reports, I don't know where this came from, that the Qataris had released billions of dollars in Iranian assets. That's just not true. It would be impossible for the Qataris to do that without our buy-in, and certainly without us seeing it. So a lot of this reporting is just fundamentally wrong. They don't get a dollar of unfrozen assets, their money, not our money, but they don't get a dollar of unfrozen assets until they actually perform under the deal. You asked about Switzerland. Our plan is to go to Switzerland. I don't know exactly when. The way that we're setting up this technical negotiation is that obviously you're going to have the political leadership involved. Excuse me. We're going to have people on the ground actually driving the technical talks, the nuclear talks. How do you destroy this highly enriched uranium? All that stuff. That you really just have to get into the nitty gritty on. So, I plan to go to Switzerland. Exactly when, we think these technical negotiations are going to start sometime this weekend. That's still the plan, but that could change because it's not an easy country, Iran, to get out of. And so we're trying to figure out exactly when that's going to happen. I suspect this weekend, but I'm not sure.
You're not going tomorrow to Switzerland.
I may. It just depends on exactly when the Iranians can get there. We're trying to figure that out as we speak. But again, I suspect it will happen this weekend. We're going to find out exactly when over the coming days. Go ahead, babe.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. Just two questions for you. To follow up on an earlier question, Secretary Rubio said in March that the goal of this war was to, quote, to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles. You just said earlier that the military program is destroyed. U.S. intelligence estimates that Iran still retains roughly 70% of its pre-war ballistic and cruise missile stockpile. So when did the administration decide to abandon that part of the original mission? And then just
Iran to ensure safe passage of commercial vessels at no charge in Strait of Hormuz for 60 days as part of final deal. U.S. will terminate sanctions
so I'm
on
certainly
Iran.
planning
Iran
to
says it
lead
will not
the U.S. negotiating
procure
team. But
or
on the
develop
first
nuclear
question,
weapons.
you
This
talked
is
about an
the full
intelligence
text
report that was anonymously leaked
given to
a
Congress
reporter
of the final
that was
deal.
not with context, and that
Once final deal
frankly
reached,
is
U.S. to remove
not accurate.
forces from proximity of
What
Iran within
has
30
changed
days.
about Iranians,
U.S.
about the
regional
Iranian
partners
ballistic
developed
missile
$300 billion
program,
reconstruction
is
economic
it
development
matters
plan
much
for Iran.
less the number of missiles they have, the number of bullets. What matters much more is the number of launchers they have, and importantly, the teams on the ground that have the capacity to launch those missiles. Their ability to launch missiles has been substantially degraded. Is it zero? No, but it's substantially degraded. And in that sense, we haven't abandoned the mission. We've accomplished that particular part of the mission. If you look at the Gulf Arab allies, and obviously the Israelis who faced a lot, the two of them together faced a brunt of these missile attacks, each of them feels substantially safer today from the Iranian missile threat than they did before. Obviously, that is something that we would like to continue. All the president said yesterday is that you can't expect any country to give up its right of self-defense. You have to have parity, and that's what the president of the United States was talking about. Go ahead.
I do not like being too short here. I think it's going slow.
No, guys. Yeah.
Leo's reaction to the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding.
I have it. What did he say?
All right, okay. I'll give you the
The
short
MOU,
version. Sir.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. He said.
Go ahead. After you.
I'll give you the short version. All right. He says he welcomes the agreement between the U.S. and Iran. He says it hopes it will help strengthen mutual trust, security, and stability in the Middle East. And he also hopes that it's truly a solution to the war and that the war is really over. What do you say to the Pope, sir?
My response to that is praise Jesus. I'm glad that the Pope has positive things to say about our MOU. I think that the Pope is fundamentally accurate, and it's going to be good for the entire world, but we got to keep working at it to make sure that the Iranians honor the commitments that they've made. And then yes, you in front. Go ahead. With the thing is, there's so many people in here. I could say the red tie, and then 9 of you start shouting at us. The burgundy tie.
The MOU calls for a US...
There we go, that guy.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. The MOU calls for a U.S. troop withdrawal from the Gulf region tied to the final deal. Can you say whether the drawdown will affect U.S. forces past through Iraq and Syria, where American troops currently help protect Kurdish held areas from Iranian-backed militias?
Okay, so the drawdown contemplated, again, this is the final deal. This is assuming that the Iranians comply, that they give us verification, that they take real substantial conduct towards this peace agreement. What we're saying is that we will
best day
withdraw
ever.
troops
Just trading,
to the
watching
pre-conflict
World Cup
level, meaning
making
we're not going to
money.
keep a couple of extra aircraft carrier groups over there. The Iranians don't want that. Frankly, we don't want that either. Go ahead. Yeah.
It does not look exhausted at all, Lord of Wall
Funding
Street.
that $300 billion fund. Who exactly
Sure.
is funding that? Is that private companies? And I also noticed that your voice is hoarse. Are you sick? Have you been using your voice a lot?
Well, I've been on a bit of a book tour the past couple of days, but I can't promote my book here in the White House press briefing room. I had a cold about a week ago. That
just
and
saying
talking a lot about this deal and talking a lot about the book, I'm definitely a little bit hoarse. But you asked, your first question was about...
Is funding that $300 billion?
Oh, I see. So what's interesting about this is there is a great desire from the Arab world and from outside the Arab world to actually get involved in Iran if they behave properly. So for example, let's say the United Arab Emirates, who've been a great ally over the last, not just few months, but over the last many years, let's say that they would like to invest in building a power plant. That actually is impossible right now because of the way that U.S. sanctions work. And so what we're saying is that if you behave, and if the Emiratis themselves want to build a power plant, then we will do the sanctions relief necessary to make that possible. The good thing about that is that it actually creates integration, which is leverage. A world where the Gulf Coast Coalition has greater leverage into the Iranian economy is a world where the Iranians are going to be heavily prevented
tú
from
sabes,
misbehaving.
papi.
So it's a lot of the Gulf Coast Coalition. Again, they see
Viva
that Iran is
Mexico,
weakened.
cabrón.
They see there's an opportunity to build a new relationship there. And they're saying if they behave, and if the United States is willing to allow this to happen, then absolutely we want to change our relationship with
This is
Iran.
for you, bits of wealth.
No, well, I mean, I assume that in the United Arab Emirates there would be private money and so forth that would be part of this. But again, this is so far in advance because it assumes a transformation in Iranian behavior. Sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. As you know, the Iranian-backed groups in the region were involved in this war, and they damaged U.S. facilities and your allies as well. How does this agreement affect Iran-backed groups across the region, especially the Iranian-backed groups in Iraq? And my second question, this agreement requires Iran to stop attacking the Kurdish opposition in Kurdistan region, which they did 2 days ago.
So what this agreement does fundamentally is it requires Iran to behave like a normal country. And if it doesn't, as so many people think that it never will, then it doesn't get any of the economic benefits. And if they do, then that's a great thing for everybody. It's a great thing for the Kurds. It's a great thing for anybody who has been under the brunt or under the threat of Iranian-funded terrorist organizations. The expectation is that Iran will stop that, and if they don't get the benefits of the bargain. John.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Many of the colleagues that you served with in the U.S. Senate and Republican Conference have criticized this deal over the last 24 hours. What is your message, Mr. Vice President, back to them?
So I guess I would say to anybody, any of the critics, is number one, have a little bit of faith in the President of the United States. The idea that he is going to strike a deal that's been bad for the American people, it's preposterous. He is the person who's had the courage to fundamentally transform our relationship with Iran and with a lot of other countries over the last year and a half. He believes in this deal. He is going to see it to completion, and if the Iranians don't comply, we still have every single tool and point of leverage that we have today. That'd be message number one, is have a little faith in the president's ability, given that he's got us this far, to take us the final step. The second thing that I would say is so many of what I've read or heard that people believe about this deal is just fundamentally untrue. It is a memorandum of understanding. It is fundamentally a principle that, yes, the Straits of Hormuz are going to be open immediately, and they already are, Yes, they're going to give up their highly enriched material, but they've got to actually do it. It's about conduct. It's about rewarding good conduct and punishing bad conduct, which in some ways is what we've been doing for the last 3 months vis-a-vis that country anyway. So many of the criticisms, I saw Lindsey Graham came out with a positive statement after expressing some concerns. I think that when people get to understand not just the agreement, but our negotiating posture as a country, they will realize this is an excellent thing for the American people, but that's part of our job. We've got to tell the story about what this means for Americans, how it's going to make all of us safer and more prosperous. That's why I'm here talking to everybody, and we're going to keep on telling that story in the days and weeks to come. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Jordan Conradson with the Gateway Pundit. I want to talk back to the Lebanon component of the deal. There's a report in Axios that Netanyahu's fuming over this. Israel doesn't feel bound to the MOU as it relates to Lebanon. If, as you mentioned, your frustration with Israel striking in Beirut, hitting apartment buildings, if that continues, could it torpedo the deal? And what would the U.S.'s response be to a broader war in Lebanon involving Israel and Hezbollah?
Yeah, well, I don't want to get into hypotheticals that could torpedo the deal, because I think the president's expectation is that all of our friends, the Israelis, the Arabs in the region, we're going to work together and actually see this deal to completion. Now, I saw the Axios report, that Netanyahu is fuming. That's not reflective of the conversations that I've had with him, but maybe he's saying something to somebody else that he's not saying to me. What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you have seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal, and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. And the second message I would give to some of those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, but to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the President of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars. The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in. Thank you all.
What do you learn about going to war against Iran?
Wow, GD said, I'm not kissing your wall, sir. Interesting. Interesting. All right, Vance is done. Now what? JD putting in that early bid for 2028, huh? Dude, I don't have a single trade here, Rooster. What do you do? Long the highs? Just extend it on the 5-minute, long the highs? I don't know. What you do is the best trade you can do right now is put one of your monitors on the charts and put another monitor on the FIFA World Cup. Czechia, South Africa. I don't have a trade. I paper handed the short while ago. I paper handed / missed the long at the exact low of day.
realidad que guarda este escenario es que ya fue sede para unos Juegos Olímpicos de verano y también lo ha sido para una Copa del Mundo, junto con Los Ángeles, las dos ciudades por ahora que han podido albergar nada más y nada menos que una justa veraniega y una justa mundial.
Y en esa apertura de la cual hacía referencia y recordabas ahora, fue considerado el escenario deportivo más costoso del planeta.
Porque además, cuando se cierra el techo, se expone el patrocinio. Y eso, hasta donde yo tenía entendido, estaba altamente prohibido. Pero bueno, un dato no menor.
Ha sido, de hecho, la única excepción de la FIFA en el tema de los patrocinios con los nombres de los estadios, porque no se podía quitar, porque no había una manera, ahora que explicaba la forma en la que se despliega el techo retráctil, no había manera de tapar precisamente esa marca comercial y se ha permitido, pero es la única de todas las series.
A Sudáfrica y el 1-1. Nos encanta por ahora. Amenazó Sudáfrica, Tafilo Maseko. Se encuentra con la bola y otra vez la República Checa, Damián, al igual que ante Corea. Hay distracciones defensivas que, si no fuera por realmente el gran golpe del rival, seguramente cantaríamos algo distinto.
Con muy poquito Sudáfrica poniendo en problemas a Chequia. Me sorprende porque esta acción bastante
Who's
anunciada,
cat?
centro en donde se pierde la marca, termina siendo una
How is Messi so good? Let me catch. Sorry, I'm just catching up with the chat. Let me scroll back here a little bit. Long the longs. Yeah, I don't know. Order Wall Street might have caught a short off of 660. I mean, this trade's already playing out. I'm up. I have SPCQ. I'm up 52% on equity, not even options. 52% in 2 days. And I'm not even trimming yet. KT, if the World Cup's on, dude, I watched what did I watch the other night? Australia and some. I didn't even watch the UFC the other night or Game 5 of the Knicks. I did not care about either one of those. World Cup's on. And then this is actually an important game for Mexico's group. If South Africa can find a way to like tie Czechia, or at least not like just give up 5 goals, that would be good for Mexico. Go Congo. Dude, Congo actually has a decent team. They actually have some talented players. Colombia, that was a fun game last night, wasn't it? The craziest thing to me is the Azteca Stadium holds like 80-something thousand right now, I think, for the World Cup. And I swear there was at least 60-something thousand Colombian fans there. Colombia, like they filled the entire, like the downtown, it's called Reforma in Mexico City, like the main drag, like their version of Times Square almost, where they have like the big angel statue. It was just full of Colombians last night. And if you saw the stadium, it was absolutely insane to see that many Colombians at the World Cup. How is Messi so good? Because he's the greatest of all time. The greatest of all time. No question. Gabriel, I just read. I'm not putting that comment on the screen. That was awesome. England-Croatia was probably England-Croatia might have been the best game. I don't know, the Japan-Netherlands game. Japan-Netherlands or England-Croatia has been the best game so far. Dude, if ES catches a bid and goes and takes out IB high, oh yeah, Colombia, Portugal. Phew. The national, yeah. So far, InQ looks like it just wants to go. So far, the Colombia, like I love national anthems. I absolutely love the national anthems. I love it when you see the winners on the podium of the Olympics. I really love it in international soccer, especially the World Cup. I mean, this guy for South Africa, I actually posted a picture a while ago while Vance was talking. This guy for South Africa just crying during the national anthem. Playing just the absolute pride and passion of representing your country, the biggest stage in the world. But the best so far, new high of day in Q. The best so far was definitely the Colombian national anthem last night. By far. No bias, no not. I mean, a few years back or a couple World Cups back, it was Brazil. The amount of passion and stuff they put into it. But dude, Colombia so far this World Cup by far crushed the national anthem. Alexi Lawless is a joke. I've never seen somebody be so confidently wrong so many times. Damn, that midpoint IB. If I wasn't having like just a great overall week, I don't know. I just don't have a whole lot of risk appetite. Triple witching days, I'm not a huge fan of taking a ton of trades. But made a little bit of money today. A little bit of money yesterday. A decent amount yesterday. What position did I play? So I played everything that you can imagine in a billion different leagues for years. Mostly was a striker or like attacking center mid. In high school, I was a goalkeeper because I was the best in the whole state by far. I hated it, but I was really, really good at it. So I kind of wasted my career doing that, my chance. Yeah, Lawless is a clown. Bits of wealth. Bits of wealth. Did you see my flag? Yeah, confidently right. Joe Calasari is he's just a grifter. I think Lawless actually believes himself. Joe Calasari doesn't even believe himself. Es todo, carnal. Best game of the day is definitely going to be Korea, Mexico today. I hope Canada gets a win. Hope Mexico wins, obviously. Honestly, I would rather South Africa tie Czechia just for the group situation. And then Switzerland, Bosnia. Who knows what that's going to be. SpaceX preparing a $20 billion bond sell. Oh, rug that thing harder. Puro pinche party. Dude, the best thing, Mexico plays tonight and tomorrow's a holiday for us. Not for Mexico, but for us. For traders. Yeah, you could definitely say this is kind of a W with a higher low on SPY. There's your where's the daily? I don't know if futures are open tomorrow morning. I'm not interested.
Lo veíamos a Chiquigo y Shabalala, que seguramente muchos de los aficionados lo recordarán por hacer aquel gol frente a la selección mexicana de fútbol en la inauguración ahí en el Soccer City en el Mundial de Sudáfrica. Shabalala estaba muy junto del presidente de la Federación Sudafricana. Ahora lo veíamos a Julio César y así seguramente seguiremos viendo a grandes luminarias. Obviamente Pavel Nedved como parte de la directiva de esta selección de Chequia. Le ha venido acompañando desde Eric Rivera, lo veíamos en el partido anterior, que también es parte de esa gloriosa generación.
They just want to squeeze this 700. Just squeeze it. It may go to 750. Monthly open 700. This is what I wanted to happen yesterday. They just waited until the end of the day to dip it and then go. You're surprised on the SpaceX dumping? I'm not, Gary. SpaceX opened. A lot of people wanted to buy it first day or two to get it on there, you know, just to say that they bought it, to own it. I'm not surprised at all. I mean, there's no world where SpaceX should be worth $3 trillion and worth more than Microsoft. I think it's way, way, way overpriced. There's people that disagree with that. I think SpaceX way, way, way overpriced right now. There was a Bloomberg report. SpaceX is doing a bond sale for $20 billion. Bankers are preparing for a bond sale of at least $20 billion. It's just now hitting the rest of the wires.
Muy sudafricano, se había identificado por momentos con Sudáfrica. Mi querido Damián Russo, sudafricano Samoquín. Mi nuevo amigo Bafana Bafana. Este es Opri Motiva. Avance y gana Pepa de cuenta con Oswina Points. El balón es recuperado con Paula, llegó inmediatamente al cruce Rata. Sin embargo, una acción libre para Sudáfrica. 30 del válido. Progresa con más ideas Sudáfrica. Logra salir, cruzar la mitad de la cancha y se atora un poco al momento de cruzar los tres cuartos porque no encuentra desequilibrio por las bandas, porque sus interiores tampoco están leyendo un gran manejo de la pelota, pero con el brazo directo, algunas cosas cuando le capturan rebote, pues han provocado por lo menos poner ya el valor de
What price would I personally buy SPCX? Probably around a 1 trillion valuation. Like probably, I think it's like $70 or something. Yep, there's the headline. Black Dragon's got it. Appreciate you dropping that in chat. Strategically, I'd still own it for the long term. I mean, the question is like, how tactical are you trying to be? Do I think SpaceX is going to be worth more in 5 years than it is today? Yes, I do. But do I think it comes down to way like well below this price first? Also true. In 5 to 10 years, I think SpaceX is probably a massive company. But for the next 2 to 3 years, I don't see it. What's up, Jordy?
You have to look at it like it's actually an 18-month liquidity event. It's going to take 18 months.
Yeah, that's like before you even get into the fundamental thing is you're going to have all the liquidity pieces of this, all of the lockup stuff expiring 180 days. So from 6 months to 18 months, I completely agree with what Frank's bringing up right here. Tommy, I've been doing this especially if like the other day I did this for Uruguay because Uruguay went down a goal and they were the stronger team. I said, okay, I'll take the bounce to VWAP, the revert to the mean trade. I mean, my biggest thing with SpaceX is I don't see a world where it's already worth 3 trillion or 2 trillion, to be fair. Like I said, SPCX, SpaceX, I personally, this is just my personal thought. I think I'm going to be able to buy it at like around a 1 trillion valuation, like 70 bucks, 80 bucks. I definitely think I'm going to be able to buy it under $100 a share. I mean, yes, I get like the like Starlink is probably going to be worth $1 trillion by itself at some point. Now maybe not today, but at some point. La República Checa. Iran Supreme Leader.
Si los dejas, evidentemente con libertad, pues van a tocar y van a poder llegar de forma asociativa, pero cuando hay buena marca es donde creo a Chequia le está faltando esa cuota de gambeta, de magia, de atrevimiento, que no sé si la tenga más que un par de jugadores. Check it out. Otro del Papelón Sandals. Alta representación del Papelón Sandals. Que con la alegría que mostró en el Mundial de Clubes se ganó el cariño de muchos. Por cómo se llegaba al estadio, ¿te acuerdas, Hugo? Sí, sí, por supuesto.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy, that's kind of where I'm at.
Eso, seguimos recordando, y que han sido de alguna manera replicadas por la misma selección. Esta selección cuando llega a los estadios, lo vimos hoy, lo vimos en la cancha del Ciudad de México, con características más o menos similares, es parte de su identidad, de su cultura. Esta escuadra a la que referías, el Mamelón, es uno de los 3 equipos más importantes del fútbol sudafricano. Le podemos al Orlando Pirates, al Kaiser Chiefs, como los 3 equipos de mayor nivel.
So my comment was, I think Starlink will be $1 trillion business someday. I'm not saying today. I don't think it's worth 1 trillion right now. Even if you're forward looking, I don't think it's worth, you know, having $1 trillion valuation on it yet. Oh, come on, South Africa, score a goal. CRVO dropped an offering. Servomed, I don't know this one. They dropped an offering because they're up 72% today. Oh my god, that's dirty. I think Starlink is awesome, by the way. I think it's awesome. All right, here goes NQ. Can we get to those 700s? Monthly open at 705, 715, a fib extension. 750 is another fib that I think we can get to. And then 770 would be your IB extension for this morning.
Te da ciertas ventajas, sobre todo cuando físicamente estás muy armado, como la mayoría de los equipos africanos y muchos europeos también, ¿no? Entonces, es ahí donde tienes que entender que siendo ofensivo, tirarte luego de un choque que no es una falta evidente, ya la piensas, ¿no? Pero no se la van a marcar, tiene que continuar con la jugada. El estruendo de parte de la Celta. Una capital que se ha preparado para esta gran fiesta. ¡Calma! No. Con cierto riesgo tuvo que romper el Pequeseni o casi.
Here it comes.
Ante la duda de Rowan Williams. Mejor rompe y se ordena.
Monthly open right there. Bang, 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 bang. My base case would be we see a new all-time high on QQQ in the next week or two. That W trying to play out on ES. Not making I mean, I'm not even in a trade. I haven't been in a trade. But price action's playing out beautifully. And the setup is great. Oh.
Totalmente. Pero no lo recordaba como pero sí. Qué jugador, qué referencia, qué todoterreno.
I wish I was in the trade. I mean, I made a little bit of money. I was all over this move. I paper handed 2 trades today. I haven't chased anything, so a little bit of money in the pocket. And we just wait. Wouldn't be a terrible thing to try to short here. But I think SPX may go through this. It looks coiled enough that SPX can break through. There's still a lot of time left in the day. How many dads do we have in the chat? Type dad. If you're a dad, type the word dad. Just the word dad. Let's see how many dads we have here. Don't lie. Honor system, guys. If you're a dad, just type in dad in the chat. I want to test something here. I just want to see how many dads are here. Wow, 46, 47 of you guys. I'm not really counting dog dads, but there's 60 of you so far have put dad in the chat. I know some of you put dad because you're a dog dad, but Apple looks like a bear flag on the daily. It could break to the upside, but I just don't love Apple. Apple needs, I think Apple needs something new. They're fine. I'm not like trying to short Apple, but Apple just doesn't move the needle for us. Ooh, we got a dad and a granddad. Thoughts on gold? Gold looks not great. Yeah, that does not look good on gold. I don't hate where it bounced, but this backtest reaction on gold's pretty rough. If I was going to short gold, I would be looking for 4,200, 4,150, and then 4,000. The White House just posted a GTA 6 meme. Let me check something here. SC6083. SC6083. What? How old are your kids? Kid or kids? $8 months? You got an 8-month-old? That's awesome. This is your so this is your first Father's Day too. Drop me your XAD. I'm giving you a free Lucid account. What's your handle on X? How many granddads are in the chat too? That's interesting. Oh, come on, South Africa score. What's your handle on X? SC. Casanova trades. All right, Mr. Casanova Trades. Just DM'd you a code for a 25K Lucid Flex account for free. Shout out to the new dad. Shout out to all the dads. But shout out to the new dad. First Father's Day for my man, SC. Oh, Rico, man, I'm so sorry to hear that. So sorry to hear that. That's such a tough thing to go through. Sorry for your loss, and obviously best wishes, thoughts, and prayers from my part. Chef C. Turner, you have a granddaughter? Let's go. Heavy D. Rooster wishes he could be a dad. Oh, big shout out to Heavy D. Just got a True Social post. There's no $300 billion payment to Iran by the U.S. That's fake news. All there is for the U.S. is success, lower oil prices, and victory. Check out the stock market. Democrat propaganda at play. How many dads got memberships there? Also, actually, big shout out to the stepdads. That's not an easy thing to do. Shout out to all the stepdads out there stepping in. It's not an easy thing to do. You're stepping up to the plate. Some of you stepping up to the plate where somebody else walked away. This is hilarious. Spencer's a dad and a stepdad. I'll tell you what, my respects to all the stepdads out there. Major respect to all the stepdads. Whether the real dad's in the picture or not, it's not an easy role to play. It takes a special type of person to be able to step in and be a good stepdad. Been with him since he was 4 months old. That's beautiful, Woodrunner. Beautiful. Golly, OUST, what a massive bounce on that name. Gap fill into bullish EMAs, into the consolidation. That's a beautiful looking reaction on that chart. Let's go. Let's go. My man SC got activated. Shout out to the Wolf Pack. Shout out to the dads. Shout out to the stepdads. Shout out to the grandparents. Love seeing this. 1 HP. Love seeing this. Appreciate that, Gary. Appreciate that. It's all about the dads. Big shout out to all the dads. Make sure you guys are caught up to live. I do want to celebrate dads today since we're off tomorrow. Father's Day's this weekend. Huge shout out to all the dads. I'm gonna be giving away some more accounts this afternoon. You know what's crazy is Father's Day is like the 9th most celebrated holiday in the US. Something like that. I can't remember the exact stats, but we celebrate Halloween more than we celebrate dads. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm not going to let that happen. Shout out to the future dads too, for sure. It's crazy. No, this is my point. And it's not a shot. Hey, shout out to the mothers. We had a big Mother's Day thing. We gave away some accounts to the mothers. But it's crazy to me that Mother's Day is the second most celebrated holiday in the US. Father's Day is the 9th. How is it below? It's below Halloween? Depending on the source that you look at. It's crazy. We celebrate eating more than we celebrate dads. It's just insane. Yeah, SPX rejecting right at that same level, 7,500. Yeah, we got Friday off for Father's Day. Let's go. The brewery has better numbers on Mother's Day than Father's Day. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's go, Neil. Let's go. Stepdad winning right there. Yeah, younger dad. Yeah. My daughter will be 10 months old tomorrow. The only answer is to make more money. Oh, this is a cool idea, Josh. U.S. military is reporting U.S. forces lifted the blockade on all Iranian maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports and coastal areas. Yes, this right here. Most fun job I've ever had. It's funny that you almost got like, my job is here all day. My second job is walking out of this door. And I love that job. quit your job, move to Texas, support your wife's dream. That's amazing, man. That is amazing. Lock in on the trading. Let's do it. Let's do it. I love that. I love that plan. Let's go chase that dream and get you there. I appreciate that, Brent. I appreciate that. Very, very kind words. Brent's here. Shout out to Brent, hanging out every day. Big news from Brent recently, too. I'll say that. And even beyond that, like, shout out to you guys. I'm here because you guys. And you guys are the ones that are showing up, trading every day, learning. You know, every one of you is in a different spot of your trading journey, but the ones of you that are showing up every day and trying to learn, trying to improve, trying to get one step further ahead and continue on this journey, it's not easy. There's a lot of times in this journey when you do want to give up. Don't give up, guys. Keep showing up. Keep showing up. Billy the Kid. I don't know if there's news behind this or what. Great spot. You did bring this up, what, on Tuesday? And look at that. Cleared the box that I drew. Exact low of day yesterday and continuation. You accepted into this consolidation range and you're traversing to the top of it. So like if you look right here, bottom of the range was right here, accepted in, traverse it to the top. It's exactly what you did. Once you accepted in yesterday, you started that traversal. Right here, accepted in, traversed it up. Beautiful. Great spot on that, Billy the Kid. And also shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat there. Just came out of the first kind of lunch hour here. Market's still just been kind of floating higher. Haven't been able to break out on Spire SPX just yet. Or yes. But we are still up here. I want to know on this FRMI. I want to know if there was more news to this. There's got to be some more news to this, but this, I mean, we looked at the volume on this and that was a great call on the volume. I mean, just massive buys, massive accumulation. How much is the stock up since Tuesday alone? It's like 30-something% move. That's beautiful. Yeah, shout out Gary. I tell you what, Gary shows up with the right attitude, asking questions, trying to learn. I know this guy's going to be successful just the way he approaches things. And I'm excited to see you. I'm excited to meet all of you. I know Gary's going to be at the event. I know he got locked in for his ticket. Several of you got locked in for the ticket for our event, August 3rd, New York City. About to get a new high here. Shout out to this. I'm excited, guys. If you're able to, I'm not trying to sell you something here, but I am excited to meet as many of you as possible. I told you guys back when I started this stream last fall that my goal for this year was to meet as many of you as possible. SPX trying to get through right here. We're going to take out that IB high finally on ES. I know it is a little bit far for some of you. Hey, airline prices are dropping right now, by the way, with oil going down. I'm not saying that makes it easier for you guys if you're flying in from elsewhere, but I get it, but if you are available, I mean, if you're anywhere in that area, from what I've heard, there's public transportation or whatever, like buses, trains, and everything that take people to. I grew up without that. I grew up without public transportation. You had to drive or fly anywhere you wanted to go. But I am excited to see you guys. I know a bunch of people. We had a bunch of people sign up over the last 2 days. Somebody else just. Oh yeah, a couple people did sign up this morning actually. Seats are starting to fill up. We're getting a lot of requests from like companies that want to be there, that are willing. They're willing to pay to come too, and we're telling them, look, we want to fill it up with our people. So we're holding off on allowing other people to buy tickets. There's your fib extension finally from yesterday's range. What's up, 0DT Panda? Dude, if Brent showed up to Times Square on a horse, that would be the most epic thing ever. They do. Actually, I do remember seeing like somewhere around Times Square. I remember seeing those little like horse trolleys. Oh, almost got a Chechia goal right there. Ooh, nice rip. Yeah, Vince, that's what I was saying. Like I when I was there last time, I remember seeing them. Brent, maybe that's your new business idea. Train horses and sell them to people with the little carriages. It's like $100 for a ride too. It's something insane. South Africa scores a goal. I'm giving away an account, guys. How about this next goal? Next goal in the World Cup match, I'm giving away another Lucid account. And then we'll give away we'll probably pick out another dad this afternoon. Brent, I know for a fact what you're saying is true. JT, you have a 4-week-old? Boy or girl? Boy, oh yeah, yeah. First off, my condolences to your sleep. Yeah. Pure adrenaline. You run on pure adrenaline those first few weeks. Pure adrenaline. W's in the chat for that. Congrats, new dad. Congrats, JT, new dad. Let's go. That's so awesome. So awesome. Oh, we have several new dads in the chat. We have several expecting. Do we say expecting dads? I mean, technically, I guess it's the mom that they say is expecting, but dads to be. Get ready. Tuck and tie. Hey, there you go. There you go. Do I have a target on SPX? I mean, my main target was to get back to here. Above here, it's tough because you're already up 1% on the day. If I had to give you targets above here, probably 75.15. I mean, above here, I really think it's 40 points higher. I just don't know that we have that in the cards today. I mean, if it wants to really get squeezy this afternoon, you could go to previous day's high, 75.32, but I think you would need to really squeeze to get there. And I don't fully see that, but we'll see. In Q, I have 750 above here, and 770 is that IB extension. But yeah, SPX is basically at the target, and it's trying to break over the target, which is a big key. Yeah, 750 on SPY, basically. 748.77, that area. It's tough when you're already up this much on the day. How much juice does it have? How much of the, right now it's lunch hour, but how much of the contract rolling stuff do we see this afternoon? How does that affect things? I'm just glad like the news stuff has calmed down. You remember like, what was it, a few weeks ago? It was like every 30 minutes we had a opposite news story. I mean, I made good money off of it, but boy. Yes, looks like it's trying to squeeze. I mean, you should get this IB high, right? I mean, that would be the main theory here. Do we have any pivot points up here? No. There it goes. Start squeezing. If you are long, I would be taking trims at 750. 750, 770. This is what I'm doing, Banana. I have a great week. A small day going today, but a great week. Great month, honestly, so far, but another great week. Got a payout waiting on me. I tell you what, you guys really like Lucid, by the way. Just from what the numbers are showing. I really do too. I've been getting Lucid accounts just stacking these payouts. I'm starting to like Tradeify a little bit more. I don't love Tradeify, but I'm starting to get more used to trading on it too, as well as the Top Step X. Still makes me nervous, like trading my own money on it though. Lucid, the car company. No, not that Lucid. Lucid, the prop firm. Code Wolf. If you haven't tried out Lucid, by the way, guys, or any of the prop firms, they're all, running different. They're pretty similar overall. They're all running different deals. If there's one that you like or a certain set of rules that you like, payouts, whatever it is, Code Wolf at any of them gets you the best discount. Vanquish, if you're an options trader, Vanquish, use Code Wolf. They had that 53% off yesterday. I don't know if that's still going today or not. And if you use Apex, it's Code WolfX over there just because it's dumb. Lucid, yes, futures trade. So if you trade futures or you've been wanting to trade futures, get into it. Best way to learn or continue to get going, especially if you don't want to risk your own money as you're learning. And then beyond that, if you if you're just trying to get a little extra ROI, maybe you do trade your own money, but you're trying to just expand out a little bit. These prop firms are a great way to do it. As long as you trade within their rules, be smart on the sizing, don't try to hit home runs. Not too hard. Not too hard. It's a great deal, Pickle. Deal. I don't know. Code Wolf, though. Lucid's by far the ones you guys like the most. Tradeify's up there. Tradeify's been really popular among you guys. Shout out to both of those. MyFundedFutures, I've seen more of you. I haven't personally tried out MyFundedFutures. I know a lot of people love it. I haven't tried it out really yet, so we'll see. Ooh, I thought we were going to give away an account there. I thought we had a goal. Nope, not yet. Not yet. I'm giving away 2 more accounts today for sure. Next goal that gets scored in the World Cup, we're giving away an account. And we're going to give away another account to a dad at some point. Top Step, I still use Top Step a lot. I like Top Step. What's my thoughts on Kevin and the new Fed? I'm still kind of in a TBD. It's hard to have like concrete thoughts just because he's just different, right? When you get used to a guy like Powell for 8 years, I think it was 8 years. Then you have, and you have a new guy come in. Like your baseline comparison is going to be to the previous guy no matter what, even if that's like that's not a fair thing to do, especially in a position where people are there for 8 years. But overall, I thought there were some interesting things. So I thought it was interesting that he talked a lot about the things and processes he wants to change, that he thinks are going to make, like thinks that it will make things better, whether it's on the transparency side of things, whether it's using better analytics, which I'm always about, hey, let's improve. If something gets antiquated, if there's a better way to do something, if we can, use analytics in a better way and data in a better way, I'm all about that. So I did like those things. I don't hate the things he said yesterday. I didn't just love them. I thought it was fine that he just kind of focused on, what he wanted to kind of, he didn't give any crazy expectations for himself. I thought he handled the questions fairly well. He is pretty dry. So I think it's going to be tough for the market to Powell was dry too, but Powell spoke with more confidence, I felt like. Maybe it was just his first meeting. I'm sure he's probably a little bit nervous. That would just be natural. But I really didn't have a a super negative or positive reaction to yesterday personally. The big takeaway was obviously the actual report itself with how many people were in favor of rate hikes and stuff. But if we just want to talk about Kevin Warsh, I didn't love listening to him, but he's a super smart guy. I think he's going to take things in the right direction overall. But, it's TBD, big TBD. I do think he's going to have to speak more confidently. I agree with, who said that? Yeah, Frazi, I agree with this right here. A little bit ambiguous, uncertain. Maybe, and so why I'm saying TBD is I would have liked to see more confidence. It was his very first meeting, very first time in front of the press. Yes, he's seen it before, but to do it yourself, we'll see, right? TBD. So Fed should be less involved. Depending, I like the idea of making it more systematic. So less kind of opinion and way more what he wanted to go towards. And it seemed way more transparent, less kind of humans making the decisions. I think you do have to have some type of rationale in there, but I think it's in general, I think I like that. Now I am against this, Cameron. I'm completely against this. The Fed is 100% necessary. If you didn't have the Fed, I think you'd be in a very precarious place overall.
Was goody.
But so Lord of Wall Street. What's up, Jordan? I was just finishing out these kind of thoughts here.
Oh, you good?
The market seemed to love him. What I would say more so than anything is we had a big gap up that we came down. We needed some kind of volatility to get us there to kind of fill that. Based on the reaction, what I would say, my takeaway, right? It could be right, could be wrong. Just my opinion. Everyone gets an opinion. My opinion is you just had a bunch of uncertainty which normally makes markets a little bit jittery. People hedge, people wait. They don't. So like, I think about it this way. You have buyers and sellers, right? Typically you have more buyers than sellers, just typically. That's the way markets are designed. If you were a buyer, you not only had a gap up, but you were also, if you were going to buy, you were going to wait until yesterday cleared out. And then you came in today and you see a lot of buyers stepping in and buying. So it's more of like a lack of buyers creates a down move than like crazy amounts of selling. That's the way I think about it. Why do we suddenly have to fill gaps from the downside? I don't know what this part of the comment means. Also, my restream is just going to start freezing up now. That's cool. There's Paul. What's up, Paul? Over on the X stream. I feel he was confident, correct a few jokes. I like that. He was kind of like lighthearted. He wasn't like crazy serious. I thought it was a good balance, like the demeanor part. Yeah, my restream's just having fun right now. That is, Paul, I feel like that's a pretty fair assessment right there. I did not feel he was super confident, but I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that it was his first meeting. Absolutely.
Means that we ripped up 35%, left tons of gaps behind. Why do we suddenly have to fill one gap? It's what I've talked about constantly. When we're at all-time highs, making gaps, we expect those to get filled. When we're coming off of, you know, giant dips and you get those crazy gap ups off of the lows, those gaps don't tend to get filled, right, when they're off of the bottom of a trend. But when we're at all-time highs, we generally expect those gaps to get filled. And what do you see? Yesterday, that gap got filled. The week prior, we had another gap get filled from the previous week. So the way I look at it is when at all-time highs, you look for gaps to get filled. When you're at the bottom of a trend and the market freaking gaps up on crazy news from Trump or whatever, I don't look for those gaps to get filled when they're off the bottom of a trend like that, personally.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what he's saying now. So
like, why do we fill these gaps
the
now?
context of where the gaps are. Yeah, well, this is, gaps are much different in a consolidation range versus at the bottom of a trend, like Jordan was just saying. I completely agree with that. Go back on your QQQ or SPY chart and look how many like gaps have just been left unfilled at the bottoms of trends.
But then typically, you know, when you have a gap at all-time highs,
a gap in the middle of a range. I don't know if I'm lagging or if Jordan's lagging. I think it's everything I have going on.
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, so macro matters in some cases. Macro matters way more when there's a shift. There hasn't really been a shift here yet. Plus, like, I mean, you just piece it together. We just had confirmation that everything was signed and the price of oil is dropping like a rock. So that's why I would say, like, the reason about rate hikes and stuff is because the price of oil and the effect it's had on inflation data. But most people that talk macro are late to trades. This is actually, Lord of Wall Street is actually not a bad thing right here. Not a bad thought. They're singing Country Roads at this Czechia or South Africa game. Take me home, country roads. Oh, there we go. Big shout out, new Wolfpack member. Dude, the Scotland fans have been the most impressive so far. They like cleared out all the beer stock in Boston. The Scottish fans that went to the what's it called, the Red Sox game, that was super cool too. Oh, there was the Yankees game last night. Am I back? Yeah, mic check.
Yeah. I didn't know you were gone.
I just dropped out and restarted because it was dying. Yeah, yes still hasn't broke IV, by the way. Finish that and finish this move to 750. Chat. Shout out to Tamanya. Chat, make sure you guys all wish Jordan happy Father's Day. He's he frame mogged so hard there's no chance there's not a little Ace the Baby around there somewhere. There's one somewhere
Oh my goodness.
Southern California. Maybe
I hope not.
Maybe Western San Juan. There is a little Ace the Baby running around. Just happy Father's Day to Jordan.
Wow. Thanks.
Guarantee there's hey, he's out there. We're gonna find him.
Wow.
Just the amount of looks maxing that happens.
Oh goodness. I'm about to go to Lake Havasu and Sun Max for the next week.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah. And boy, little fatherless Jordy? No.
A little fatherless Jordy out there. No. Jordan would never let that happen.
I would never.
She said Jordy show up. Iran Supreme Leader says, I granted permission for it. We gave away one account to Dad.
Let's go for Father's Day.
Turns out it was a new dad and just moved to Texas to help support his wife chasing her dream, so he's getting into trading.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's literally the perfect scenario. Big shout out to SC. We'll do another giveaway. I already said if we get a goal in this game, we'll give away another account.
Nice.
And then we'll probably go ahead and hook up another dad this afternoon. Still a lot of time left in the market.
Yes,
Still over 2 hours. What? 2 hours 20 minutes. I've been doing a whole lot of nothing.
Me too.
Paper handed a couple of trades. Yeah, I had basically the low of day just sniped. But I made some money. Scalped around once or twice in the middle and just been waiting. Just been waiting. Water. Still in a bull market, right, Jordan?
Yes, sir.
I was just checking.
You know it. Hasn't changed yet.
Penalty, penalty, penalty. Oh, handball in the box. Handball in the box, guys. We might be giving away an account. 25K account is ready to go. You guys hear that? If he yells goal, we're giving away an account.
Bien marcado por Tori Pencil desde la jugada más clara que te ofrece este deporte. El cuadro sudafricano tiene la enorme posibilidad de empatarlo en lo que, insisto, para mí sería crucial.
Qué bien el árbitro. La vio a la primera y nosotros, mira, con la cámara estábamos ya dudando hasta que vimos esa toma de atrás. Pero qué bien el árbitro del partido, sancionando con mucha determinación, con calma. Y tiene la posibilidad Sudáfrica de empatar el partido. Ahora, otra vez lo mismo para Chequia, ¿no? Cada vez te lo acabo de contar. Se va metiendo atrás, va cediendo terreno, pelota. Ya estaba plantado prácticamente en el área grande. Y tiene su posibilidad el equipo sudafricano.
De poco Mokoena. Frente a frente a Mateko.
Who's ready for this?
Sudáfrica. En Atlanta. Y la muy linda oportunidad de empatar el partido. Se prepara entonces. Temuco Mokoena.
Oh, this guy looks scared.
Temuco.
There it is.
Temuco Mokoena. Sudáfrica. Temuco Mokoena. No falla.
Let's go. All right, guys. We're doing a giveaway. InQ's range today is 391 to 736. Type a number between those two. Go. 391 to 736. InQ's range for the day. Type a number. It's a random number between those two. There we go. Light it up, chat. Light it up. Boom, there it is. Somebody got that one quick.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
The winning number, it's Neil. Neil P. 1078. The winning number was 567. That was one of the fastest we've ever had. There it is. I see the W, Neil. Drop me your X handle. Whatever your X is, Twitter. Drop that to me. I've got a 25K Lucid account for you. Big shout out. It's 2 accounts given away today.
Double kill.
W's in the chat for Neil. 25K Lucid Flex account for free on me. Shout out to the World Cup. 1-1. Czechia, South Africa. Neil, just need that X handle so I can DM you this code to get you that free 25K Lucid Flex account. There it is. I see it right there. Oh, I like that. Wait, Neil, are you from Memphis, Maine? We got Memphis, Maine in the chat. Hey, yo, let's go. Let's go. All right, then, man. The Memphis accent has got to be my favorite accent of all time. Moved to Arkansas to stay alive? Yeah. You know, I most of you know I'm from Arkansas. I grew up. I went to Memphis all the time for stuff. I actually played a lot of soccer tournaments over there. Germantown. Just sent you a DM, Major League. Make sure you double check that. Came from Wolf Ryan from my my main X account. He said, "John." Northeast Arkansas. I went to Arkansas State actually. Memphis. Oh, shout out Memphis. Hypnotized minds. That's what I grew up listening to. Oh! If you missed it, I'm going to give away another account this afternoon. This might be my favorite name, though, right here. Company Time Trader. Just over here trading on company time. I love that name. Bentonville's Northwest Arkansas, though, 1 HP. Northwest Arkansas. Beautiful. That's the most beautiful area. Company Time Trader is my favorite. We're really getting stuck here. We did get back over the monthly open, Jordan. I don't know if you saw that.
I did not, but you love to see it. Good stuff.
That was my main target this morning.
Solid.
Oh yeah, Bentonville. Yeah, Northwest. That's our NWA. Oh, now what? Seven minutes. So I need this game to be a tie. Ooh, offside. By the way, guys, if you're new, we do this live all day, every day. Obviously, tomorrow market holiday won't be live then, but if the market's open, the actual market, not just futures or whatever, the actual market's open, I am here all day, every day, except for if I have Father's Day like yesterday morning. But pretty much like 98% of the time the market's open, I'm sitting right here. Big shout out to everyone in the Wolfpack. Wolfpack keeps growing. We've almost got to 5,000 subscribers. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. Drop a like on the stream. And if you will, just hit that notification bell. What that does, look, we go live one time a day, right at the beginning of the day. That notification is not going to hurt you too much, but what it will do is help our channel grow. YouTube rewards people that have notifications turned on. And then when people, like the algo says, hey, people are turning on notifications for this channel, and it sends it out there to more people. So we do appreciate your support. Thanks for being here. Shout out to our sponsor, Leverage Shares. Any 2x leverage ticker that you can probably imagine, they have something. Still shout out to Defiance, because I've got their, I'm in the 2x short SpaceX leveraged one there, SPCQ. But Leverage Shares, tons of great opportunities. That's what I should have just full ported all the 2x leverage shares last night. Shout out to them, leverageshares.com. Check out all the lists there. If you have a favorite ticker or like a top 5 favorite tickers, one of them guaranteed probably has a 2x leverage. David, Father's Day is Sunday, but the market's closed tomorrow. You won't see anybody until Monday after Father's Day. So we're celebrating Father's Day over here. I was actually, Jordan, I just asked everyone to put, like, if they were a dad, to put dad in the chat earlier. And we had like 70 something dads in the chat. Now, a couple of them were saying dog dads.
Oh, damn.
Which were a little,
yeah.
I respect the dog dads, but, you know,
yeah,
we're talking about real dads here. We did a bunch of big shout outs. So shout out to, you know what? Shout out, of course, to all the dads. That's what we're celebrating today because, almost a goal. Because of Sunday being Father's Day. We also talked about big shout out to the stepdads that stepped in. That's huge. Not easy. Not easy. I much respect to that. And I'll say this, we're talking all about the dads today. There are a lot of moms out there that are playing dad as well. So shout out to you. Give you some love too. But all about the dads today. Yeah, mom's playing. There's a lot of moms that have had to play dad as well. Ooh, let me ask that question real fast. Actually, oof. 2 minutes left in this game, and they're both ends having opportunities right now. Giggity 12. I'm gonna get an answer for you. What is rallies? I'm going to drop here. Oh my gosh. That link should work right there. Let me put this on the screen. Rallies. So Rallies is an AI portfolio. I don't even know what to call it. It's kind of like a one-stop everything. Your entire financial life, one app, but it has AI built in, so you get AI insights around your portfolio. It'll give you updates on like, hey, news, catalysts, anything that's going on with something in your portfolio. It'll give you real-time like answers. Like, hey, like I asked it, I said, hey, break down my portfolio. Where do you think I'm overweight? Where do you think I'm underweight? And like it learns about you. So like as the AI as you talk to it, it's like, hey, okay, you're this age, you're willing to have kind of this type of aggressive approach, or this, you want to be more whatever, conservative, things like that. So it is super, super, super cool. What I just dropped in right there in the chat, the first link I dropped in is actually it's a link to the app. Let me see. It's just rallies.ai. Here, let me drop this in the chat too.
Para que descubras qué hay detrás y puedas elegir cuál es la tuya. Esa llave tiene nombre y te está esperando. Y Muebles 24, la llave para encontrar tu hogar. ¡Muebles 24! No importa a dónde vayas, ya sea en el día cuando vas al gym o en la noche en tu casa, la fórmula única de ti previene y elimina 5 síntomas del pie de atleta. Úsalo todos los días. El experto en pies. El mundial se disfruta mucho más cuando lo llevas contigo a donde vayas.
Oh, here we go.
Telefonía y móvil de 10 gigas por 124 pesos al mes. Con cobertura multired, beneficios limitados y gigas extra para disfrutar cada detalle del torneo más esperado. Contrata Easy Móvil y conecta con la pasión del fútbol. Estos aplausos son para la señora Lucid. ¿Qué pasó de estar en la banca a ser titular indiscutible? Aplausos para el contador, que es portero de 9 a 6 y delantero en las noches. Aplausos para la mamá, que juega en todas las posiciones, de lunes a domingo. Hoy estamos aquí para aplaudirlos, para decirle a México, los héroes nunca paran.
All right. Yes, fading a little bit. SPX, you don't want to lose this. You don't want to lose this level right here. SPY still fully in that IP is pretty crazy. SPX actually wicked the high, but I don't really count that. ES and SPY are what I have data that tracks on. SPY was so close. This was 7 pennies away. How are the Mag 7 doing? Nvidia just not doing anything. Google's still strong. Yeah, not a whole lot here. I don't know. I'm gonna go look for a snack, guys. I will be right back. Don't get any crazy headlines while I'm step away for 3 seconds. Oh, now what? We got an hour until the next game. Who's the next game? Switzerland and Bosnia. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna go look for a snack. I'll be back in a couple.
Heard that. Thoughts on the core weave chart? I think core weave looks great. Evan's in calls. He's been asking me about it. I think it looks great. You have on the daily, you have that consolidation you've been in. You just recently swept the lows of the range we've been consolidating in, right? So those lows from May 19th, what did we do? We traded to those, traded right below them. Quick reclaim, bull stepped in at that gap fill. If you look left, there's a gap that we filled. Bull stepped in, we reclaimed that low, and now we've seen plenty of momentum to the upside. So the way I look at this is we've been consolidating for a while. We just swept liquidity off the lows. I'm looking for us to, at the very least, hit those most recent highs on the daily chart, which is like 132.30s. And what I'm watching for to see if this doesn't play out, because there's always a potential that this is another lower high and you have to come back into the range a little bit more. I'm basically just, because we do have those gaps below us as well, and we might want to fill those, right? So maybe we want to fill those, maybe we don't. It's really a matter of if we want to fill those or not, because if we fill those, that's fine. We can do that and then pop higher, maybe sweep that low one more time and then do the move that we're looking for. Or we get going here and we break this kind of lower high formation that it's made. I think all you can do, the best thing to do right now is just mark the swing ranges. And if we do take a dip, you look for that 0.5, that 50% retracement to hold on any dip that we take, because we've created a new range now after sweeping those lows. From June 11th, we've made a range from that date to the most recent highs yesterday. right? And none of that range has been rebalanced too. So if we do rebalance, I look for 50% retracement to hold. But quarterly looks great, man. Structure's there. The bigger time frame trend is there. The weekly looks phenomenal, gosh. It's just really a matter of, do we need to chop here and come back into the range, fill some of these gaps to then go higher? Or can we just do it right now, you know, in the next week or so? Either way, I think we result higher. Whoa. And this market's quiet, eh? ES got really close to that high day. Didn't quite take it. And Key's been so much stronger.
So just holding, going sideways?
Yeah, you know, doing what the market loves to do on a day after FOMC. Days after FOMC, if you guys haven't noticed, are pretty garbage for the most part. It always seems to be a tougher day for me. I didn't even trade today. Garbaggio. There was a long. There was definitely a long, but it was choppy and it was gross. It played out, but I didn't take it.
All right, get my food.
Heard.
Oh, I got some Basole. Oh.
Ooh. That's nice. Hey, new eval up 200. Logo.
That's the one that he won. Let's go.
Hell yeah. Goated.
1,000원, 1,000원. Came in a bit. Oh, this market's gross. Jay Duff with the super chat. Shout out. Corey, do you have a guess on how long gap fill and reversal up would take? I mean, I don't time things like that. I just go off of what is price showing me now. I couldn't possibly tell you when something is going to potentially fill or not. Like, not with this chart. Of course, like looking at NQ and ES, I can look at things and, you know, like the weekend gap that we had and expect it to be filled yesterday or whatever. But you are in July, so, I mean, you had a little bit of time.
What
Oh no, trading options is so hard on that. I would just trade shares or leverage shares, but
what strike are you in, J-Duff? And what like where are you at? Like, are you up, down, break even? Boy, that is a tough one. Because I'm looking at this and this 125 down to 117. So like the top of this box that I drew to that 125, that yellow line right here. That's the flip spot. You're still kind of in a downtrend from the highs, obviously you've got higher lows, you've got nice consolidation. I would be taking profits and probably just leaving runners, because my thought would have been, okay, if this thing's under 100, at 100, under 100, I'd be getting long, especially if it goes down around 80s. But just based off what it just recently did around that 100 area, 90 to 100 I'd be getting long, and right here 118, 120, 125 I'd be taking profits. And then you leave runners in case the breakout does happen. And nothing looks bad about it. It's just got heavy traffic at this 118 area and heavy support down at like 80. If I was in your trade, most likely what I would do is I'd take profit on most of it. So I'd want to lock in my profit, and then I would want to maybe leave a couple runners. I'd probably actually look to roll out. And it sounds like you got a good entry on it though. I like the strike, but you've got like 3 things that you have to get through right here. So like you have to be trimming into this area. Yeah, until you definitively get above like that 120 to 125. Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like I just thinking it through. I think I would push out to like August or September. Maybe like August or September on a couple, a smaller position size, leave a couple runners on this position, and then take a lot of profit on the other part. I don't know how big your position size is, of course, but I would think, like, if I had 10 contracts up 80% on all of them, I would probably, if it was me, I would probably sell like 6 or 7 of those, maybe 8. And then I would take the profits and put a little bit into like August, September 150s. If I was still super bullish. That's probably the best way that I could think to do it. Or, I mean, if you want it simplistic, just sell half, hope you're wrong. When you're up 80% on anything, I'm usually taking some profit. I don't know how much profit you've taken, but that's what I would do. Bro Hizzles and some Hood. Oh yeah, those have done really well this week, right? It's exactly where I said Hood was going to reject. Look at this box that I drew. We charted this like a few days ago. Look at yesterday's high. This is exactly 108 and change to 110 is where I said this thing would reject. Now you got to hold. You got to hold this like 102, 101. This could be the actual short on Hood. I guarantee paper. I know how Paper Gain says. I guarantee paper is looking at this. Yeah. Just rejected halfback twice. Same spot that it's rejected before. Before this was even halfback, it was rejecting here. Look, if I zoom in over here to the left, look how many times it rejected this, and then it just turns out after the fact, right here, and it turns out after the fact, because the low happened later, way down here, that was halfback. When fibs line up with price action that happened before you could even draw the fib, it gives me extra confidence on those levels. Yeah, if you're long hood, yesterday was full target. And if you're super bullish, you could say 119, 120. I mean, it could keep going, don't get me wrong, but you really got to reclaim, because a lot of times what happens is you go through the 200-day, get everyone all excited, and then it comes back down and just fells right back to the 200-day and comes back down here like 98 or somewhere. Traps buyers up here. A lot of buyers get trapped above the 200-day. Now you close a couple candles up here above, interact with it on the lower end, start interacting with the lower end of this box in this 200-day, catch up with these, faster moving EMAs, then yes. If you're already in it, GG's. You're the great trade. That's what I would say. Great trade. This is a great trade. From this spot back here, this is a great trade. But now it's I don't want to say I don't definitively say anything is ever certain or over or anything like that, but this was the spot. And I guarantee Paper Gains is looking at this saying this is a spot too. Just because I know how he charts. I keep answering questions instead of finishing my food. How are you managing more accounts at once, just switching between them? Personally, that's what I do. I just switch from one to the other. I mean, you can copy trade, stuff like that. Personally, I just switch from one to the next. You got the OPEX shenanigans going on this afternoon, so be very, very, very careful. Bro, he had 120, yeah. So I guarantee if you ask Paper Gains to chart this, he's gonna say this is your first spot. Especially when it comes through here, this is your first spot. You gotta watch out for this. And then here's your full golden pocket, of course, if you got the rest of the move. But there's a big chance it at least stops here. Maybe it does this, but it at least stops here. The positive thing for me is Hood. You have I guess you have all these, whatever children's accounts things that are coming, but the positive thing for me is usually for the last however long they've associated Robinhood with crypto because of the revenues they get from crypto, even though I believe it's less than 20% of their total revenue now. They've done a really good job of doing that, but the fact that crypto is getting wrecked today and Bitcoin down terribly, Ethereum, Solana just getting absolutely smoked, and Hood is green. I mean, Coinbase down 2%. and Hood being green, those are good signs. Those are good signs for Robinhood that they're finally not going to. They're finally realizing like we shouldn't value Robinhood with whatever crypto's doing. That was a bad narrative pair trade that they needed to shake, and it looks like they've finally shaken that off. So that's a good sign. All right, I'm going to finish these last few bites of food, and then I'll be ready to go.
Oh, I'm ready for a long weekend. This will be nice. Although I'll be spending all of tomorrow driving to Arizona. It's going to be a mob. I won't be here next week with you guys. Em's going to hold it down. I'll try and pop in here and there maybe, say what's up, but I just won't really have Wi-Fi, so. See my profits on CoreWeave, 85%. Oh, awesome. Love to see it, bro. Hey, you can always get back in. You can always roll to a farther strike, or I mean a farther date. Digital detox. Yeah, kinda. You know, just gonna go enjoy the lake with the boys. Well, with the whole crew, really. It's my buddy, his family, and like all the family friends. We've gone for years, every single year. So we basically rent out the whole campsite. It's gonna be a whole group. Always a good time to just kind of relax and have some fun wakeboarding, get in the water. Yeah, we're gonna see if I can finally land a backflip on a wakeboard. I didn't go last year though, so I'm out of practice. Ever try wake surfing? Yeah. It's fun. I like wakeboarding better, but wake surfing's fun. It's a good time. Oh, before there were like, what would you call them? Surfboards or whatever. We used to use our surfboards to wake surf, and we would just call it scurfing. That was a good time. It's honestly, I almost like it better with a surfboard rather than a like wake surfboard, but it's also because we do it behind a boat that makes a giant wake. Like it is freaking massive. So
you fill up the wake sack.
Yeah.
You sink one back into the boat. So that's what we used to do growing up. Where I'm from, those were really popular.
I don't know. I'm a surfer. So I tried the surfboard or the wake surfboard, and it's like a skimboard, which I just didn't like. I got on a surfboard and I was like, this is way better. But wakeboarding is my favorite. I don't know. Just like pulling outside the wake. It's all glassy. I'm pulling so hard on the rope that I'm basically laying flat with the water, like touching the water, and then I stand up, get a bunch of speed, and just throw like massive airs. Oh, so much fun. And the best part is, I mean, like, yeah, sometimes you get hurt, sometimes you might like not knock the wind out of you here and there, but like compared to skateboarding, nothing, bro. You're only going like max 25 miles an hour when you're wakeboarding. You don't really get hurt. Unless the board smacks you in the head, which can happen, but I don't know. Water sports, coming from skateboarding all my life, is just, oh, like this is easy. I don't gotta worry about slamming my head against the concrete. It's beautiful.
Dude, I got a concussion wakeboarding one time.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen for sure. I mean, you smack that water hard enough, you're gonna get fucked up for sure.
You're going 35 miles an hour and clearing the entire wake.
Yeah, like tubing, you get really screwed up, but like, you know,
shit whipped.
I'm good enough now to where like I'm not gonna get hurt unless I'm doing some stupid shit. Which you get enough beers in me at the lake, I just might.
Sometimes loosens you up, sometimes it makes it worse.
Bruh. Get enough lake beers in me,
Top 5 beers, lake beer is one of them.
Yeah, lake beer is one of them.
It's like lake beer is one of the top beers of all time.
Oh, I wish I could talk about one of the boats we'll be on, but I'll send you pictures, Hemp.
Yeah. Bosnia i Herzegovina. Beto, I think I may take the other side of this. Because here's the thing, I love a good shower beer. I've always had shower beer in my top 5. But I feel like recently they've gotten a little overrated. I feel like more people
Never really enjoyed a shower beer. You know what is top 10? Shower orange. You get a big juicy orange or tangerine, and you just chomp into that thing, all the juices. You don't have to worry about the sticky juices. You just let it go everywhere.
Stop! What?
You're in the shower, and the water just cleans you off. Oh my gosh, there's nothing better than eating a juicy orange in the shower, bro. I'm telling you, life changing, bro.
Chat, help me.
I'm so fucking.
Chat,
serious
help
right
me
now,
out.
dude. I'm so serious, bro. Chat.
You're trolling.
Do you use your chopsticks? No, bro. I'm like an animal. I'm like freaking like we were born to be like Adam and Eve, just eating with the hands, dude. Just fruit in the shower, bro. Naked. Just
First off,
eating exactly how we were born to eat, bro. So good. It's nothing better. Full ass durian in the shower, dude. My guy knows ball. Exactly.
Yeah. Honestly, if you unsubscribe right now, I probably wouldn't blame you.
Is Jordan for real right now? I am so for real.
First off, Frazzy, let's just rehash this real fast. Jordan's claim here is that one of the top 10 things of all time is eating an orange in the shower.
How is that so weird? Y'all drink beers in the shower. What?
Has to be trolling.
Definitely not trolling. You guys are cooked.
No, you're so cooked, buddy. You're just eating in the shower. You're just eating.
Yeah.
Just food in the shower.
Like a tangerine. Yeah. Sure. Why not?
Bro, who gets in the shower? Is like, fuck, I'm hungry.
Dude, you take your beer in the shower. You were thirsty. Mine's not so different.
Yeah, you're drinking the beer before the shower, during, after. Like it's an all like. Well, it's drinking a beer in the shower is way different than, like, I mean, you're talking like I'm gonna grab a beer, take a sip. Dude, there's no way I'm ever bringing food. First off, food's not even going in the entire bathroom.
I can level up the
experience
shower by eating a little shroomy too, and it's just like it's on another level.
Bro,
like
just hot wings in the shower. Like what are you, a child?
No. We don't do no hot
You're a
wings.
child. You're like, oh, I'm gonna get orange juice on my chin, so let me just eat in the shower. Like that's something I should do with my 3-year-old.
No, it's absurd.
Dude, you just said the most absurd thing I think I've ever heard on this stream.
No.
We're just eating an orange in the shower.
The beer is contained. You're in the shower. It doesn't need to be contained. That's the point. That's the fucking point. Do you understand?
Why? Yeah, bullish bear. We were having such a good day today. Oh, dude, yeah. What's next? Sleeve of Oreo?
Well, I'm not gonna be here next week, so I got to give you something to miss me by. You know.
Oh my god, dude! This guy's just eating oranges in the shower.
Yeah, it is efficient, Elizabeth. Elizabeth knows. Immediate cleanup, exactly.
How much cleanup do you need when you're eating an orange? Like, go ahead.
That's
what do you
think? Like, that's the thing. I don't need it, but if I'm if I'm not in the shower,
it's not even a good argument.
You know, and it's a juicy orange, you're like worried about it and everything. If you're in the shower, you don't worry about it. You just let it go. You just let it go, and you just enjoy, like an animal, like a lion, like you were meant to do it.
Bro, lions are not in the shower.
Bro. But they are
what kind of animal is in a shower, sir?
They are naked in the wild, okay? Eating their food.
They don't even have hot water in the jungle, sir.
True. You could do it outside in cold water.
Like an animal.
I mean, you can do it outside for everybody to see if you really want. But
go get an ice bath or something, dude. Smear it on your face.
You could do that.
Good Lord, what? This is the wildest comment.
Ojai has bomb oranges. They do. The Pixies, the Ojai Pixies. Oh, grab me 6 or 7 of those for the shower. If I can rip into those. Absolutely amazing. So I sub to the Wolfpack or his OnlyFans. You know, that really depends on what you want. You know, if you just want to support the stream and the boys on stream, and you know, support the channel here, you can just sub there and maybe become a member. You know, if you want your NASDAQ daily bias with a little something extra every morning, you know, subscribe to the OF, $5.99 a month.
Good God, dude.
Also, top 10 things in life, max allocation on all platforms. Yes, yes. NY, yes. Pretty much. Do you want a fruit basket for support? I would love one. Love fruit.
Yeah, guys, everyone, please send Jordan a fruit basket for Father's Day.
You're not rolling with a Starlink in your bag? No, sir. You might be behind, Kev. We were talking about the Wi-Fi a minute ago.
Oh, are we just pushing right back to the highs? Yep. It's been I mean, look how slow yes is today. Yeah, To the new viewers, when things get slow, this is what we argue about. I don't know. Jordan comes up with some wild stuff. I love the kid, but man. Just get a big old juicy orange and get the shower.
Phenomenal, bro. Phenomenal.
What? Hey, Pockets, this is coming soon. First video is going to be Jordan double fisting an orange in the shower.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Troy. It probably is illegal. Honestly, it should be illegal, actually. If it's not,
lock me up.
Jordan's like, lock me up.
Take me away, officer.
This is a perfect comeback for that. How big is the orange? I don't think that is relevant.
I mean, generally, I want like a big juicy one, you know? I want to be able to just like grab that thing. You guys know. Okay. You remember this scene in the Avatar movie, the first Avatar movie, when Jake is meeting, what's her name? Nate Titty? I forget.
Did you just say titty?
Nate Titty, like I was Titty, like R. Besides the point. So she's like,
okay.
She's like teaching him like about the food there on Pandora, and she gives him this fruit, and he just like grabs it and takes a nice chunk. That's what I imagine when I am doing it. It's exactly how I feel. That scene specifically. What do you do with the peel? I just throw it away in the trash can. You know, you could throw it on the counter right there, so you can throw it away after the shower. Whatever works, doesn't it? You know, it's easy to take care of, easy to dispose of. You scream Leroy Jenkins before you get in the shower with your orange? No. But that's only because Dominic the Bearish Donkey goes in there with me. So I have to respect Dominic, you know.
Are you humping the juicy orange?
No. Just enjoying the savory flavors and the juiciness, and enjoying the fact that I don't have to worry about getting it everywhere. I just eat. I just enjoy. Just enjoy.
Right. What do I need, Troy? What do I have to ask Gemini?
Yeah, ask it. Ask AI if it's normal to eat oranges in the shower. See what it says. I'd be curious. Be funny.
What am I? I don't even know what I'm asking.
Just ask it, like, is
just
it
type
normal?
in shower orange?
Or like, no, just type in like, hey, like my friend eats
I'm
oranges
scared
in
to
the
type this
shower.
in.
Is this normal? It's a thing, buying some cuties. Now, see, Frozzy, dude, I'm gonna put you down the rabbit hole, brother.
Oh, this is a viral. Jordan's just following the pack here. Jordan saw something go viral, and so now he's just claiming that it's the greatest thing ever.
Wait, what do you mean?
Am I calling you out right now? Oh, Troy, we might be onto something.
Wait, what? This is viral. This is a viral thing. I've never seen.
Eating a shower orange is the viral internet practice of consuming a cold raw orange while taking a hot, steamy shower.
I want to see. I've never seen that. This is something I've always done.
Eating an orange in a hot shower is an oddly satisfying self-care trend that started as a viral Reddit phenomenon.
There are a bunch of videos on it.
Oh my god. So this is just like one of those like challenge things that just went viral on the internet. That's it. It's not a real thing. Got it.
I mean, you could say that, but it's a bomb thing, man. Is what it is. You
I'm
can be
not
mad about it all you
saying
want.
that. I'm literally proving it. Is there a video? This is from 2018 too. Is eating an orange in the shower the best thing ever? Question mark. No.
Jordan's just sleuthing Reddit for endorphin release.
I'm glad we're arguing over this instead of actually, I don't know. It's one of the wildest things I've ever heard. Like, honestly, I think I'm just going to short the market because I just heard, like, the only thing I can think to do is just go short.
What, because you realize that I'm not the only person in the world that eats shower oranges?
You're cooked, dude. There's no way that's a real thing. What the hell?
I eat steak in the fridge. I don't see what's wrong with that. How do you even find that out? I don't know. You don't like just like try shit when you're a kid, you know? Like, like
There were rules at my house. No food in the bathroom. I don't know what kind of pig pen you grew up in.
It's a shower. I'm taking a shower though. Like, it's fine.
Bro, if I come to your house and there is food in your shower,
no, there won't just be food.
I'm leaving
there. No, that's not what's happening.
If I find out, like, I'm never gonna take a shower at your place. Who knows what kind of food you got in there? You guys just eating spare ribs in the shower too?
See, Whale's worse than me. See, he likes to eat them on the toilet. So,
oh, we're gonna get a little sell off here. Telling you, this what Jordan just said is super bearish. The rest of this day.
It's cool.
Hey, showers all sticky. Oh, it's from the oranges, I swear.
This guy. You know, if I was having guests over and I knew they liked shower oranges too, I would totally leave them some shower oranges.
Bro, if I come to your house and there's like a bowl of fresh fruit sitting outside the shower, I was like, what kind of signal is this? Hey, so what happened? Why'd you come home early? Well, there's a fruit bowl sitting outside the shower. I panicked. I left. Unbelievable.
Nice whale, yeah.
He said a banana and 2 oranges, I'm gone.
Yeah, it's the air freshener. The citrus keeps it fresh in the bathroom. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know what else does that? Air fresheners. What are we doing? Just over here trying to enjoy my sweet tea and some World Cup and not FOMO into this short, but I had to FOMO in after those comments.
Not allowed to enjoy.
Aquí el estadio más grande, aquí en Los Ángeles.
Oh, I have to pack.
We're about to drop like 100 points. And it's all Jordan's fault. Oh, yes, it's back to VWAP. I don't want to go to your bathroom party either way. Well, how about that? I would like to invite you to the pants party. The party and the pants. Rick, are you trying to say there's a party in your pants and I'm invited? Yes. There you go, Troy. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten myself in trouble of passing an account, trying to like instantly take another trade on it. Just start out down on the funded. I love Lamp. Brick, are you just looking at things in the room saying you love them? What a great movie. In high school, we did have PJ in the bathroom. What is PJ? Oh, Kyle White coming off the top rope. Oof. What is the 80-20 short? Or are you talking about on NQ? 20 back to 80? %60 of the time, my trade works every time. Go, go. Because we want Bosnia to score first so we can buy the dip on Switzerland.
Green Giant.
Currently, there's a clavicular Miami event for MOG battles. $297 for access. You going, Jordan?
Should I?
I just tagged you in the Slack. We need a goal so I can give away another account. There you go. There you go. Break it down. This is where you do start to get some of the shenanigans of OPEX. Bye-bye, Spy. I don't think I'm buying it. If it hits like 540 maybe. I don't know. ES doesn't look fantastic. I wonder if today's volume is probably it's a little bit more than I thought it was. With an hour left. Yeah, QQQ's volume is very low. Oh, Jordan, I posted this chart last night. I don't even... No, did Jordan leave?
What is this?
This is QQQ. Let me zoom in a little bit here. Hold on. So this little thing we call, support and resistance, little SR. I don't know, like, if you just looked at this, would you say this is bullish or bearish?
Bullish.
Oh, okay.
Not sure what the bearish argument could be, especially after we already filled the gap now.
RKT? Rocket? Wait, you get through this 50-day on Rocket? I do think it can have a little rocket move to it. At least a $2 move. On a $14 stock's pretty decent move, right? Yeah, like 12%. But you got to get some kind of relief in the mortgage market. Ooh, that's a decent point. ES never broke the high. Maybe it breaks the low. There's IB high right there on NQ. ES way below. Lag City. Cross it. What are you waiting on? Bosnia deserves to lose. I don't know if you want to short here. If it breaks the IB high, maybe. Gold. I mean, gold bounced yesterday on a gap fill and then came all the way back. Gold looks like it wants lower. I don't even know if there's a short cover rally here, since it rallied last night and cruised down. I think this might actually be a short, though. Is this a real company? What is this? How is this thing still going? Quantum inference. Yeah, I don't know the story on this one. Whoa, whoa. Whiff. Oof. Maybe you short it here. I don't know. It's a pretty powerful candle. It's a little wiki here. SpaceX is doing nothing. AMD and Tesla getting a little pump. Broadcom's pushing. That's about it, really. Weekly chart's about to close. Interesting. I feel like it's maybe a short here, but I'm not doing it. Could be a short, could be nothing. I'm gonna err on nothing. Is it halftime? Oh, it's. How can you think it's halftime on these stupid water breaks? Does this have to be insanity or not? I don't think it's gonna be insanity. It may get a little volatile. It may get a little movement. Come on the SpaceX. I didn't know for sure it was gonna drop, but I had a pretty strong conviction that it would pull back. Tell you what's not pulling back, NQ. You're smack in the middle of the range on yes. There's nothing for me to want to do here. Marvel still going? Marvel. Yeah, just being hopeful. I get it, but like, I mean, there's tons of options expiration. I just don't think it's gonna go. If anything, I think it might roll over just a little bit, just pull back into the close a little bit. But oh my God, touch the ball. It's like neither one of these teams wants to make a play. This might be one of the worst games that we see. Canada's group is so easy. Canada definitely got the best draw. How many of you guys are still in here hanging out with us? Did y'all fall asleep? The hydration breaks have been killing the momentum. Yesterday, the France-Senegal game was like super, super back and forth, and then they had the hydration break, slowed things down. So dumb. All right, let's give away another count. For the dads, shout out. I don't think my dad's watching, but I wouldn't be where I am without my dad. So in honor of my dad, and in honor of all the dads, Father's Day on Sunday. Let's do another one. Shout out to the dads. Type in the word father. 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 In the chat. We did dad earlier. We're doing father this time. Everybody that puts father in the chat is entered to win 25K Lucid account. Let's run it up. Shout out to the dad. Shout out to the fathers. Put father in the chat. Speaking of being a father. Fathers in the chat. Type in father in the chat. This is for anyone. You don't have to be a dad to win this one. Everyone put father in the chat. Giving away a free account to you guys. 50 of you, 55 of you now already signed up. Father in the chat. This is in honor of my father and my daughter right here. You say hi?
Oh. Hi.
Say hi. Estás tú. Say hola. This is for everyone, not just fathers. Anyone can just type in the word father. Everyone's eligible for this win. We're celebrating fathers. All right, how many we got? 80 of you. There's 300 people in here. 80 of you are entered to win. It's a free account. Just type in the word father. Couple more minutes, guys, in case people are behind on the stream. Make sure you're caught up to live. If you're watching the stream, you probably see a bunch of people typing in father. Maybe be a clue that you want to type that into.
Also, if you're on X, you got to be in the YouTube chat.
You do have to be on the YouTube chat, the Wolf Trading YouTube chat. So if you're joining us from a different chat, we appreciate you being here. But you got to be in the Wolf Trading YouTube chat to win. $92 people entered to win. As soon as we hit 100, I'm gonna launch it. 93, 94, 95. Get that father in there. Doesn't matter if you're a father or not. This is just in honor of the fathers. We're giving away 25K Lucid. We'll do Lucid Pro this time. Lucid Pro account, 25K to any father, anybody that types in father. All right, there's over 100. All right, let's count it down. Big shout out to the dads. I should have done Padre. That would have been a good one. It's funny, down here where I live, everyone is Papa. Tu Papa, Yesi. Everyone's Papa. I'm the only daddy down here. I always know when it's my kids screaming my name in the mall. Daddy. Oh, that's me. All right. I'm running it now. Shout out to the dads. The winner is O Money ITM. O Money ITM. I don't know how to pronounce that. Where you at? There he is. Money.
Let's go.
Money, 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 money. What's your at? Congratulations, 25K Lucid Pro account going to you, sir, for free. In honor of the dads. And just for the wolf pack. We just like to give back to the wolf pack. What is your X username? There it is. I like that username. 1200 USD. Let's go. Boom. Got them all set up. Got them all set up. Boom. Go use that code 25K Lucid Pro account that time. That's third account we've given away today. In honor of the dads. We got 25 minutes till close. If we get a goal, we got 10 minutes or so until halftime. If we get a goal in the World Cup, we'll give away another one. Big congrats. Big shout out. Oh, Monday. Got the volleyball profile pic. Everybody cheer for a goal. Who cares who scores it? We're giving away another count if there's a goal.
Goal!
That is my favorite. What's a Lucid Pro account? Great question. Lucid is a prop firm for futures trading. If you've never traded futures, you're interested in trading futures, you don't want to risk your own money, you're trying to learn, etc. Or if you're just trying to get a little extra ROI on the side, prop firms are a great way to do it. Either any and all above of those excuses. Lucid is a prop firm for trading futures. Code WOLF gets you the best discount that they offer over there. They have a few different account types. I just heard a headline for Cheesecake Factory.
Oh.
Let's cheer for a goal here so we can give away another account. Did I give away one earlier, Jordan? Did numbers? Were you here for that? When I did the number one?
I don't think so.
So I did numbers, and the crazy thing was it was the fastest one we've ever had.
Oh, let's go, because last time we had the longest one.
Oh, we are getting rippy here. Rip it. What a selfish prick. Ed and Jekko was wide open and you just looked him off. Selfish. Look, if I was Ed and Jekko on this team, I'd never pass the ball. These guys are worthless. Bosnia's population is like the size of Arkansas. So are they trying to run this thing? Oh, where's SPX? Oh, it's right here. Oh, in Q, are you going to do it? You're going to run to 750, 770? Do we make a new day, a new high of day, or do we just massive failure right here? MOC in 8 minutes. Halftime in 4 minutes. Come on. The Mexico game is going to be fantastic. That's the biggest game of the day. Canada and Qatar. We got to cheer for our friends up top. Yeah, they'll add like 5 minutes on, so. With a cash amount of 100K, would you allocate capital to the market or sit on your hands until a sell-off appears through some new fear catalyst? I mean, I'd probably want to put it in something. Oh, new high. We're going to get that 750. Run it, NQ, run it. Run it. Squeeze these bears. Squeeze them. Squeeze them. Squeeze them. There's the other target that I had for the day, 750. 770 is the IV extension. Oh, squeeze city. Look at this move. Run him over. Run him over. This is a great question, but the market started squeezing on us.
Damn. Turn it on the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. These bears suck. Lord of Wall Street, to answer your question, $100K would I allocate here right now? Just the way I invest? No, I mean I'd put something in, but I'd probably put a small percentage in. And I'd put it into I'd put it into something. I wouldn't just, if I had 100K in cash, I wouldn't just leave it. Inflation's just automatically taking away, multiple percents of that per year. How far can this thing squeeze? Why do I feel like Frank's starting to short it? I bet Frank sold that. I bet he did.
Yeah, 80.
This morning.
Sold it at 80.
Oh, Frankie. This candle falls back under 750. Finster, I'm like you.
If it's late in the day, I'm not sticking around. I'm going to stop out or cover the rest of them. I'm not letting this go red. We could squeeze higher. Although ES is starting to come in low here.
That's the scary thing about it. The SPX is just pinned right here at 7,500 right now. Oh, MOC. That was a hell of an MOC. Can they take this back to like 705?
Wow, minus 9.8 billion to the sell side.
Yeah.
1.4 billion on NASDAQ. Damn. Big sell side. Well, until a new week.
I think that made it worth sticking around today. I flipped long at 20.
Look at them bouncing this thing.
I'm going to be trading this
Oh.
next week on a hotspot.
Have a good weekend, guys. I'm shutting it down. I'm not gonna give anything.
Sounds
Have a
good,
good one.
Frank.
I hear you, Frank.
Enjoy.
Yeah, look at the way they bounce this thing.
Yeah.
They absorb that MOC fast. Look at ES trying to fly through. Nvidia squeezing new high. Looks like they're buying a lot of Mag 7. Look at that. Look at Meta. Look at all these. Dang, this thing looks squeezy though. Look at ES. Like ES like wants to go take out the IV high. This is fun to watch though. You really got to watch the flip over in 1 minute. See if you get paired off action. I don't have a real strategy with MOC. That's a big number though, 9.8 billion. Sell side. Yeah, I agree. It's like, yeah, coin flip strat. Yeah, it's not like a. For me, I just want to be aware that it's happening if I'm in a position so I can adjust. I don't want to take a new position based off of MOC. If you get funded and then blow the account, if you get funded and blow the account, you're just done. You got to start over. I guess we never got a goal to give away another account. SPX are over it. Oh, there's. Did we take IB high on ES here at the close? Oh, they're trying. We got 1 minute, just over 1 minute. There's 1 minute remaining in the final period. 1 minute. I want to scalp a short so bad. They're trying to suck me in. Oh. Guys, don't run anywhere here at the close. We are going to chat with our man Mark. He's rolling his way into backstage right now. Let me ring that bell. World's longest bell, Mark.
Morning bell.
Morning bell. This is the dinner bell, the morning bell, recess, whatever you want to call it at this point. That is an actual recording of a New York Stock Exchange bell ring. For the people that have been there, they'll know that bell does ring forever. It's really loud in there. Just echoes around there. That's the end of the week. Guys, if you're in the audience, stick around. I'm going to give away another account. We're going to chat with Mark for a little bit first. I'm going to give away another Lucid account. Maybe we'll get a goal in the second half of this game or something, but hang around. I'm going to give away one more account because we're off tomorrow. Tomorrow's a holiday. Mark, tomorrow's a holiday.
Yeah, well, get the big game on Saturday, right?
Well, big game tomorrow for, well, I guess it is Saturday for you guys, right?
Oh.
For us, it's tomorrow.
Yeah, right. It's,
what time is it for you right now?
6 a.m.
6 a.m. Friday morning.
Yeah, yeah. Gosh, bookies have got you guys mad favorites for this game.
Yeah, I hate to say this, Mark, but you're going down.
Yeah, well, it's I think it was the Japanese thought that back in about 2003 or something. We knocked them out to get into a quarter.
I do remember you guys having, what was it Timmy Cahill when he first kind of got going?
Yeah, yeah.
What a player he was.
I was living in Hong Kong, and there were so many Aussies there. I was living up the hill, and when Australia scored the last goal to beat Japan, you could hear it. You could hear the cheering up the hill in the middle of Hong Kong. It was crazy. A lot of Aussies and Canadians and Brits.
Hey, your boys looked pretty good last game, to be honest. It was a nice win in that first group game.
Well, it's, we've got a lot of competing codes for when it comes to contact and ball sports. We've got 3 different codes of football, which is kind of crazy. So we've got rugby union, rugby league, and soccer, and AFL.
Yeah.
So there's 4 ball sports. Yeah. But soccer's getting, it's always been popular, but it's really popular now because of all the, I think the mums get a bit concerned about the CTE with the heavy hits in rugby and the league.
Well, and the best case scenario here, Australia and US both move on out of this group. I guess the good news is like across the groups, there's 12 groups now. 48 teams total, and 32 of them move on. So, like, even as a third place in your group, you have a decent chance of moving on. 8 third place teams are going to move on. So,
Yeah, right.
We'll see. Hopefully for the Aussies, they move on. Hopefully tomorrow it doesn't go well for them, just because my second allegiance will always be with the U.S. men's national team.
$3.90 for a draw. So maybe that's the bet.
Could be. I like to live bet, live buy. I think about it like in trading to buy the dip. Good team goes down early, like Uruguay the other day. I'm not saying Uruguay is a great team, but they're a better team than who they were playing. And they went down by a goal, and I was like, okay, wait, I can do Uruguay to win or tie for I think it's like minus 140 odds or something like that. Felt good about that one. Guys, we got Mark with us again from PairSync. We're going to talk about some of the PairSync trading, different stuff there. Mark, if you want to share your screen, feel free to throw that up at any point. We'll go through some different stuff here. I am going to give away one more account today, guys. So we're going to chat with Mark here for a little bit before I shut down the stream. We'll have just kind of final thoughts for the week going into Father's Day weekend. Shout out to that. I'll give away one more account out there to you guys. Here comes that screen share. Perfect. Get mine pulled off here.
What's that?
Where do we even want to start today, Mark? I think we've done a pretty good job on the overview of what PairSync is, what it looks like, all those pieces. Maybe somebody new's in the chat today, though. So if you want to give maybe the brief 1 to 2 minute kind of rundown of what it is and how it works, and then where people can find it. Just to kind of reintroduce it to maybe anybody that's new. We have new people coming in and out all the time here, so I want to make sure they're not left out of the conversation, and then we can dive into maybe what's been going on.
Yeah, sure. We are a statistical arbitrage pairs trading system. I've made it as simple as possible to use. I know the math behind it can be a little bit complicated and scary and daunting to people, but it's kind of like it's like the Terminator of statistical arbitrage systems, because you don't need to be running it. You don't need to be parameterizing and researching everything yourself. This just runs in the background 24/7. It doesn't rest. It doesn't sleep. It doesn't need resetting, re-parameterizing. You can just log in anytime and have a look at what's been identified by the system as a good pair. You can see fresh signals as they occur, or you can monitor existing signals that the system's already found and synthesizing or tracking as a out of sample sort of a real trade. And sometimes because of the duration of these positions, I think we're averaging about getting towards 20 days in the live trading of it. Generally you've got a lot of time to get into positions, because the signal is not always picking the exact sort of high watermark of the excursion of the pair. So let me just show you the dashboard. So basically we are, it's pairs trading. So we are looking at 2 economically related stocks. We also cover crypto and different markets, but focusing on US stocks. So we call it a factory run. We look at the top 1,200 stocks in the US. We bucket those into industry, sector, market cap groups. So we're not matching, mega cap names with $1 billion market cap stocks of the same sector. So there is a logic there to create sensible pairs. And then we run it through a gigantic sort of scanning and testing and optimizing process. And the result each day is we reduce a huge number of potential pairs, which I think is, it's even more than that. That's after we've reduced it into the buckets of industry related pairs and so on. There's 200,000. We're reducing that down to 762 pairs today. There's 1,000 that are showing co-integration, and people that know the math behind this will probably understand that, co-integration alone is probably not going to save you. But we're finding 762 scored and eligible pairs from the analysis of that 1,200 stocks that ran based on yesterday's close. So in about an hour's time, the system will run again, calculate any new signals and analyze all this again based on the close that just happened then. So we've got the 762 pairs. You can if you were just arriving at the website and want to just start using it or just start looking at what it's got to offer, my suggestion would be jump straight into the watch list. You're going to hit the continuously curated button there, hit US leaders, load full country, and that will give you these 5 watch list tabs here. And they're each going to have 50 pairs in that tab, which you can look at in different ways. Now think of those as like fishing lines. Many of those aren't going to be signaling a position right now, such as this one, Eastman Chemical, Scott's Miracle Grow. So this is that's the price ratio spread, and you can see it's sort of sitting near that white line there, which is the mean. So there's nothing to do. We're trying to identify those statistically rarer events where the pair has gone on a bit of an excursion, maybe because, just the flows of the market. There might be a large institution that's getting impatient and buying, aggressively or selling aggressively, and it pushes the spread out of whack. So we're looking for these rarer opportunities towards that.
Does news ever do that?
100%. Yeah. So we've done a lot
because
of,
like I think about like these news pops that a lot of times just kind of revert back when you get some kind of headline around a company, and it's just funny that you have Scott's Miracle Grow up here because the White House tweeted about Scott's Miracle Grow like yesterday, and how they were working with them to like repair the lawn after the big UFC fight.
Yeah.
So there was a little pop in the stock yesterday.
Yeah, they're up 3. So we'd be looking to put that on if that continues, and that continues to outperform Eastman Chemical. You'll see that sort of head towards that lower bound there, which is where the signal's set up to fire. If it gets to minus 2.4, it'll say buy the spread, which is, or that'd be sell the spread actually. So you'd be short selling Eastman Chemical and you'd be buying Scott's if it gets down there. But if you want to check the news, yeah.
So when these watch lists are created, you mentioned like fishing lines. So it's basically like saying, hey, this would be a good fishing spot. We're going to throw lines out over here, but that doesn't mean that there's a fish on the line yet.
Yeah.
Not time to reel in just yet, but maybe you find one that has a fish on the line. What's that process look like as you're coming in to score these things?
Well, we're going to look at the spread and the deviation from the mean for each of the pairs in all these watch lists, and they've all got their customized moving average, which they're related to, which is a hard part of that optimization and structuring of each pair. Now, many of these aren't in position or being tracked, but if you want to see which ones were actually saying, look, there has been a widening to a point where we should put the trade on. We've got a couple here where these positions have been tracked, and it will stop being scored and eligible, and you'll stop seeing signals if it's been in position for too long. It's our way of saying, look, you're a little bit too late to the party for this trade. But the fresh signals that are arriving today from these 5 watch lists would be up here each morning. So we can have a look at today's signals, which were available for the last couple. These were available before the open, so I actioned a couple of these last night my time. So these are the signals, the live current signals that were generated based on yesterday's close. So I put a couple of these on by choosing to follow them, and they weren't the greatest pairs. I mean, this one was okay. It scored 0.76. So this is like, you're getting a bite on the line. And I don't know where to take the analogy any further than that with fishing. But the reason why there's these 250 pairs in these watch lists are all telling us that if this spread does widen, we've got a very strong expectation that it's going to revert. And that's based on these numbers here and others, which is our OU speed of mean reversion, the half-life of mean reversion. That's a fantastic Hurst score. So a lot of your guys would be using Hurst in their TA. on their charts to see whether something's going to be trending, random, or mean reverting. So that's a great Hurst score. The bond is basically maxed out, which means it's cointegrating. And it's not wildly volatile. I mean, a 2 is kind of like where you want it in terms of spread volatility. I almost take that as a sizing gauge. If that was 3, 4, or 5, you might not put on as much size because it's a more volatile pair. So all these 250 are telling us if it does get to a point where it's firing a signal, we should trade it. And we can see which ones are in position, like this one. Lazard Meritage, that's been in position for a little while. It's 8 days old. It's made a little bit of money last night. This is based on a $10,000 leg 1, and the second leg is based on the hedge ratio. So this one's a bit interesting because you'd be long 10,000 Lazard and you'd be short only 2,700 of Meritage homes, which is a bit of a strange pair, but we've found it because, and this is a cool tool here, we go to spread intelligence. This is a way of saving you from, digging through research reports and X and the internet. This will give you your fundamental analysis and news and catalyst analysis of this spread. So we've put these two stocks together because they're both in finance sector, they're both small mid cap. And then you've got the company breakdown with descriptions here, side-by-side analysis of the two stocks, and really helpful is this X API connection. So this is looked for the top accounts that have cash tagged and mentioned or posted regarding these two stocks. And yeah, you can see whether there's any news that's broken the pair or just catalysts that can or news that can explain why they're at an extreme. And I'm kind of looking, as much for, and so is the system. It'll tell you that if there's coordinated posting or if there's, if there's extreme bullishness or bearishness, that's kind of something we're looking for as well.
I want to break down what Lord of Wall Street is getting at a bit because I think he's misunderstanding. Like you're saying, quant momentum funds squeeze this in milliseconds. None of these trades are happening in milliseconds. These aren't intraday trades. These are happening over multiple days. There's none of that you're talking about happening. And honestly, I just go off to the results, and the results that Mark has, they speak for themselves. So that's all I would really say to that.
Yeah, Mark, how would you respond to maybe some of that? Because it's anybody with a quantitative edge would never give out the information, or they'd sign NDAs or sell the data or system to a major Wall Street player. What would your answer be to that?
Look, we're going to run it ourselves. The market's generally big enough to handle a lot of pair traders. When you're trading millisecond HFT alpha, first of all, the alpha's moving around. What's working today in a mean reversion target won't work over time. It's very capacity constrained. The shorter your time frame, the less capacity. We're trading signals that have got half-lives of 20 days, 40 days. I mean, if you look at what's closed out in, say, the last week, we can see, or just the last 2 weeks. These are where are we? We are there. So this is what's closed out. So these are out of sample, walk forward, realized gains. So this is the system trading frictionlessly based on the close price. So, the realized results would be slightly different, but this is out of sample. So if you know your quant stuff, you know that we haven't cheated on this. So there's a couple of losses in there, but you've got whole periods of 13 days, and these are, I think, calendar days. So 13, 18, 30, 13, 40 days. There's a lot of longer duration trades here. I've since put a little revision in the code. We are maxed out at 60 calendar days. So everything will time out at 60. So the answer to the question is, yeah, look, the strategy has capacity. We analyzed 1,200 stocks. The watch list that you refresh each day, or you don't need to refresh these tabs every day, but I would do it at least, say, once a week to get the freshest, highest scoring pairs. That list will be different for a lot of people depending on when they refresh that list. And then when you get your signals, like for example, I took 2 of these signals last night. I didn't trade this third one because I'm already using that. I was already using one of the underlyings in another pair. So I took 2 out of the 3 opening signals, and this was a closing trade.
Can I stop right there and ask? So there is like, I guess, a bit of human discretion in deciding which ones to take, which ones to not take. How do you stop the, I guess, the human side of things from maybe messing up the data itself? Because a lot of times, when you're data-based, you're worried about the human having some type of a biased pick or something. You see a ticker that you like, and maybe you don't like. Oh, I don't want to short this, or I like this ticker or something like that. How do you kind of use the discretion as a tool and as a pro rather than a con?
Oh, really good question. I think you're absolutely right. I think the more discretion you use over the system, the worse you'll perform. But there's a couple of things that we're trying to work around here, which is how do I show it to you? So in the strategy positions, so if you ran every signal from that watch list, there would be 78 positions. Now, some of these positions are going to use underlyings, such as this one, the ADPT. We already had a position in the followed in our followed list, I think.
Yeah, so you don't want to be like, wait, well, okay, so here's a two-part question within my question. We're get real deep into it. Sorry, Mark. My brain just starts running with some of these things. It's so interesting to me. So if you already have one of the tickers in a pair trade elsewhere, you don't really want to put it into a second one, because then it's probably going to skew a little bit off. And it didn't necessarily have to. When I'm trying to put my mind around this, it doesn't necessarily have to, because it's one ticker versus another. But you can't long it here and short it here if it was on the opposite side of a pair, for example. But the other thing would be, what if there was a scenario where you're like, okay, these two against this one, 2-for-1 pair trade seems like could work in some scenarios. Maybe I'm getting a little bit too deep, but that's where my brain starts running and gets really excited about this stuff.
No, you're right on point. That's it. That's exactly a problem that we've come across ourselves running the strategy, and that's why I put these Amber Alert follow tags here. So look, if one spread's long A, short B, and the other spread is short B, long C, should you just be long A, short C? Does the algebra of the B cancel out?
Right.
So my answer is, it's meant to be a low stress, relatively operationally demanding strategy to run if you want to run, say, 20, 30 or more pairs. Running common underlyings will complicate things to the point where I just don't do it. That's why I've got the Amber Alert things here on these pairs with common underlyings, because I just avoid them. The universe of pairs and signals is big enough so that we don't need to manage that, because you'll also come across the problem where one pair will close out before another one. So if you're in that situation, the AB, BC, and the AB trade closed out, now do you have to put on a fresh short or whatever it was for the B position? It just becomes a bit of a handful. So my personal approach with this is one underlying per pair per live positions. Because even doing it, this sorry.
It makes perfect sense. I was just like, I was like, boy, I feel like you could get real deep in this thing and start, doing like, short B once, but long A and C, that kind of trade. And then, but I liked your response there of like, this is supposed to be like not super complicated and stressful. I mean, even though it is the math side of things, I guess you could call complicated in some ways, but it's all systematically done for you. So as a end user, you're more of, hey, this is supposed to be more of a lower stress, higher probability, math-based, data-based approach to trading, I guess, or active investing / trading, however you want to label it.
Yeah, and look, we're not. I mean, if you've got concerns over, like, is it real alpha or is it, why are we giving anything away? I mean, we're technically not giving anything away. All the math that we're using in this is, some of the math is 40 years old, and it's been used for pretty consistently for 40 years because it works. So
you're just compiling it and putting the data in front of people so they can see it, and they don't have to necessarily be looking for it and searching for it.
Yeah, the math is actually, these days with AI, the math is actually the easiest part. It's bolting it all together. So you're doing a big data fetch every day, you're doing the optimizer run, you've got to compile all this in servers with databases, coordinate everything, and then strip it out and present it by the app. So what we're trying to do is say, look, turn up, download the watch list. We can show you the math when you get into each of these pairs if you're concerned about, if this pair here was to generate a signal, which it has, why should we trade it? Well, the first thing you'd go to is down here, and you just have a look through these numbers. Okay, so you've got great half-life. Hurst is telling you it is mean reverting. It's a co-integrated pair, and it's got a nice little bit of volatility. If you want to go a little bit deeper into those numbers, you hit the fundamentals brief, and it'll describe and analyze each of those stats. And this is all done for you. Like the optimizers already fit the parameters around. I mean, there's the analysis of the statistics of that pair. But then we've generated this for you. You turn up and you say, okay, well, how would I trade this spread? Well, we're saying mathematically over the past 12 months, this is the optimal way. It's enter at 2.5 sigma, which means you're out towards that super rare event on a 37-day moving average. You're less than 1% of the time it's going to be worse than that or wider than that. Which we're trading it for 3 sigmas. So most systems will say get out at 1 sigma or back to the mean. We're saying, look, trade it all the way through. So our algo is, I would define it as a greedy algorithm, and the stop loss solves around 4. But if the entry point was a little bit wider or narrower than 2.5, that stop loss adjusts for that as well. And you can see what the system's done with that in the in-sample look back. So the P&Ls are, nothing terribly exciting, but 7% over less than a month for one of those trades. And then the current trade, right? Yeah. And if you want to look, my approach when I trade this is, you can scale it by the volatility, and you can get deep in the weeds with Kelly sizing, Kelly math regarding win rates and expected loss and expected wins. But as a rule of thumb in pairs, if you were building a portfolio of say 20 or 30 of these pairs, and you want to sleep like a baby and just turn on your P&L and check it, and it's never going to be much more than 1% on a given day, your leg one size would be about 2%. So you long 2%, roughly short 2% of these two stocks when they're in a position. And then you'd have 20 or 30 of those, and that's your mean reverting portfolio. And sorry, to finish up on the why we're giving away secret sauce. Well, I can tell you the formulas that we're using. It's like we're using Engel, Granger, Ornstein, Uhlenbeck, optimal stopping distance. These are all, you can find them all on the internet, but actually getting them to work in the system is kind of where the alpha is. It's the hard part.
Some good questions as well from Wall Street here. He asked, why is the pair trade edge not alpha decayed? Who is losing money to the strategy? Which cointegration test are you using? Some good questions if you want to go through some of those.
Really good questions. I wrote a little blog thing on this recently. I'm totally on the page with alpha decay. It's an enemy of stat-arb pairs of this system, because people will fall in love with the pair. I mean, we've seen the I think it's just lost its top place, but that tap T-Tech pair there. I mean, you might become familiar with a pair and go, oh, I like trading it. I've made money out of it the last 2 times it's generated a signal and so on. But we're analyzing that every single day. So we're saying, look, if we've got this 7-gate process to generate that score, and that means it's eligible and scored. Now, if we can't define it as eligible, which means we need co-integration, which is an Engel-Granger test if you want to get in the weeds on the actual test. So it needs a p-value of less than 0.1. And we flip that number around when we describe the bond. We say, you know, like a p-value of 0.1 would show a bond there of 90%. We're looking for a Hurst of under 0.5. So we're saying, look, in addition to the co-integration, we want to see that there's another technical argument to say it's mean reverting, so Hurst. And then we want to be able to generate a positive in-sample return with the optimizer. So that's just to be eligible. And then to be scored, the scorer looks at, I think there's seven different gates in there. And one of the cool ones is in that co-integration test, which is typically people will just look at the look back window, which in our case is 1 year. When we score the pair, we break that co-integration test up into 4 windows, 4 quarterly windows. And we say, has it been reverted in each of those windows? And if not, how many has it been reverted in? And that goes towards the scoring. So the result is, I think, you know, if you see an eligible, good scoring pair that generates a fresh signal, have a quick look at the in-sample optimizer trades, and they'll give you an idea of how long, for how much money, and take the trade.
Some great pieces, Mark.
Yeah.
Ryan, you got any other thoughts on your mind?
Yeah, well, so there's a bunch of great questions there. I appreciate you kind of going through that. I mean, Lord of Wall Street with the, you know, the quant thinking side of things as well. I think it's super important to think about some of those pieces. And then from my side, I was always a math guy. Like English class, English is my primary language. Terrible. Yeah. Literature, all that stuff. Math, it made sense all the way. I mean, business cal all the way up. It all made sense. It was just, I don't know. It was like, it was a language I understood. And so I'm just like nerding out listening to those answers right there. So I absolutely love that. What I do want to kind of shift back to as we come to the top, you know, the end of our time here, I want to shift back and kind of ask, when you come in, the selection process, I guess, how, just to kind of come back to that question from earlier a little bit, how do you, when you come in to the day, how many pairs trades are you typically putting on? What's just like a day in the life of you operating within PairSync? Are you coming in, you're running that updated watch list, getting the fresh data, you're looking through, how many trades are you typically in at one time? How many new trades are you adding maybe or trimming out of? Just on I mean, I know it can be different because you're taking a trade that may last a month or 90 days, 60 days, whatever it is, but just what is the average day as you're coming in using this platform to find a new opportunity or to maybe close out of a current opportunity? And how many, I mean, are you spending 30 minutes of a day going through this? Is this, you know, an hour of your day before, not you particularly, but if somebody was coming in saying, hey, we come in, spend an hour in the morning and then go to my day job, go about my life, come back in, maybe check at the end of the day before the market closes?
I mean, if this was your full-time job, just trading this strategy, you probably want to try and look busier to your boss because it doesn't take that long. the way I've got it set up. So for me personally, I'm
We just got
building
a
up
goal, so I am definitely giving away another account. Switzerland just scored.
Oh wow. Yeah, so the way I'm running it, I'm looking to build a book up from zero, which is, you know, picking. You can either take signals as they occur to build your book up, or you can try and adopt a couple of open positions. But I've built over the last 2 weeks a book up to a little bit over, I think I'm running 29 pairs. So at the moment in my live positions, I've got forward, I've got 29 pairs here. So it was a small down day. This is assuming you've got that $10,000 leg one size. I've actually executed as $5,000 leg one. So I'm running about half the size that the system assumes I'd be running. So, and that's pretty much spot on in that my P&L today was about down 30 bips or something like that. So 30 to 50 pairs is pretty manageable because you'll be looking at 2 to 3 opening and closing signals each day. And yeah, look, it's just, for me, I'm just arriving at the system, having a quick look to see has the system run and refreshed last night, so I can have a quick look at the market section here. On automation, I can see what time the factory runs have happened for each of the countries that we're analyzing. And now I go to watch list. If I think this is getting stale, I might refresh these 5 tabs, but I've got my followed pairs here. And then it's, look, the homework before the market, if you, I think it's in about 2 hours time, we do the analysis, and then the signal generation is about an hour after that. I'll put a time, or you've got a timestamp here when this actually ran. Don't know why that says Wednesday 17. So then I just go to view all on the signals relating to that last run. And I have a look through them in, you know, I'll check the score here, but my go-to is just have a look at optically what the spread ratio chart looks like, which isn't exactly what we're trading, but it gives you a feel. See what's going on there. Have a look at spread intelligence, which will tell you whether you're missing any dramatic news regarding, you know, it'll highlight any corporate events, takeovers. It'll also flag dividends.
Dividends. I was going to say, I feel like dividends could arbitrage this pretty hard.
Yeah, dividends are nasty. Try and avoid dividends.
Just avoid the ex-div.
They're a pain. And I've tried to put that in here. You'll see a dividend in this timeline here. That's a half-life of the pair. So you'll see a dividend. I think it'll be flagged in a green ball along there. Have a quick look through news items and then the X posts. If I like the trade, which I did, I just broadcast that straight out to my brokerage, which connects through Signal Stack, or you can just enter that. I mean, it takes 2 seconds to just enter those trades, and they'll be sized to your liking based on what you put in the automation tab. And then I track it on Interactive Brokers. And as long as I'm sure that this is executed properly, then I can just, in my head, round down the live P&L number that I'm seeing here. Oh, sorry, one more step. When I did put that, when I did take that trade, I would hit the following button. So following is our way of saying, look, you've got this, you're tracking it separately. If it closes out and you've still got it followed, we'll put a big amber highlight in here to tell you, look, you need to pay this some attention. Close out your position if you put it on, or unfollow the trade, because it's now a stale signal. It's now back into idle. Where you
see, I wanted to ask on the other side of things, what if something happens? Like, what's you always want to think about the protection side of things, right? Like stop loss, you know, obviously very important for a lot of traders. It doesn't seem like these will ever have just dramatic moves, but let's say one side of the pair drops an offering or something, and all of a sudden that stock drops 20%. Just random example, it's probably not very common, but is there some kind of safeguard in place for the risk management side of things? Maybe an alert that kind of, can pop up on your phone, or sends you some kind of message that says, hey, you should probably come take a look at this, maybe before the end of the day.
A takeover is your worst nightmare, I guess, on a short leg.
Yeah.
So you're
Takeover,
potentially
activist investor or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and downgrades. A lot of sort of classic pairs traders will look at this, look at those timelines on the spread intelligence, and they'll say, look, if there's an earnings announced, if there's a scheduled event like earnings, AGMs, etc., within that half-life, maybe avoid the pair. Depends on what your risk tolerance is. Personally, I think if you size properly and put enough pairs on, I think just trade through the guts of it, unless you see an obvious big risk, because I think you're going to win as many as you lose trading through earnings season. And with 4 sort of reporting periods in the States, you've got it knocks you out of the market for a lot of the tradable signals. So I just take them as a rule of thumb with a position size of around about 2% a leg. So if you do catch that 50% takeover on your short leg, it's not a wipeout. You're taking a hit on that particular trade. You might be down 50% on one leg, but you're only in there for 2% AUM on that exposure. So that's why that would be one of the reasons why you wouldn't look at these signals and say, I really like this particular signal. I'll put 15% of my money on. I'll be short 15% versus long 15%. It's not, in my mind, with a win rate of around about 70-75%, that's not something you really want to be doing. But our stop loss will, on grinding non-gapping stop events, our stop loss will kick in, and it does a lot. We probably see, if you look at the closed trades, most of the losers are, there's a max hold, there's a stop loss, they're all stops. Stop loss. So if it doesn't hit the stop, generally our ability to detect and score mean reversion seems to be working really well, because we're hitting this is continuing to be out of sample. We're hitting a win rate of 71%. And this is really, I didn't expect it to work this well. The average win, and I know these are calculated based on closing prices and so on, but this is still, pretty cool.
Have you noticed anything within these, if like on the long short, if like longing, maybe there's probably any data behind this, but like just curious if like longing the better company out of the two, like one, like a company that's got stronger, maybe social sentiment, stronger financials, maybe it's got a bigger moat, maybe it's just a sector leader. If that just, because that feels like it's a winning strategy regardless for the last 50 years in the market, but this is like obviously giving you a little extra edge on top of that. I was just curious if the data like supports kind of the mindset thought around that.
Yeah, there's some pretty cool math on that. I think if you dig into things like Copula method, you'll find that there's people that have worked out, look, instead of just analyzing a pair of stocks, they'll analyze a bucket of like common regional banking stocks, and they'll be trying to eliminate the unnecessary leg. So yeah, that's doable mathematically, but it's beyond our system the way we're doing it. But the manual way of doing it would be, look, you got a signal. You've got a signal. You look at the relative legs on this spread, and you go, well, okay, well, one leg's obviously cooking, and well, that would have been nice to put down this morning. But look, you might just put on one leg and just do it manually like that. But to sleep better, my approach is, always
Well, it keeps the
always
protection
put it on
side.
as, yeah. And look, this is already aggressively set up in that many systems will say, look, just long, it's market neutral long short, where you would be long and short an equal dollar value. We go deep into the weeds to give you the hedge ratio. And this is a good example here where we're long $10,000 worth of Denali Therapeutics. And these biotechs they can provide a lot of sex and violence when it comes to your returns, because they can be crazy. But you'd only be short $1,400 worth of MVST, which seems kind of crazy, but the system's identified the relative volatility, and to get that spread, to mush those two return series together and give you that tradable, predictable heartbeat pattern, that is the number you need to multiply the MVST exposure by. And if you watch the system long enough and you see these in action, it's almost like magic how well that number works, the hedge ratio.
Super interesting. I love that. And it just seems like this for, the everyday 9 to 5 person that can just, check in and kind of out of mind, out of sight, or even the active trader that's like, hey, I can have, in a separate portfolio, something I can just kind of check in on systematically. I don't want to say like scalp the system, but it's essentially what you're doing. You're finding mathematical oddities and you're just taking that cream off the top, just scraping it off the top over and over and over and over time. And the results are speaking for themselves. That's what Jordan said earlier. It's what I've seen for myself, just looking at all this. Super, super interesting. Mark, is there anything that we want to make sure we hit on today before we close up shop? And I am going to give away an account here in 2 seconds. Switzerland just scored a second goal, so I definitely have to give away the account now.
No, that's all good from us, Ryan. And Geordie, thanks for having me on. And we'll have new promo codes and other details about promotion coming out over the weekend or early next week.
Awesome.
Sounds great. Mark, do me a favor here. Give me a range of numbers, like 100 to 300, 200 to 500, something. Just give me a range of numbers. Don't go too wide. Go maybe like 100, 200 wide.
About what?
Just pick a random number and then go.
111.
111. Now give me an upper end of that range, like 333 or something.
200. 222.
222. All right. Chat, we're giving away an account right now using Mark's numbers. 111 to 222.
Somebody's going to get it fast.
111 to 222. Y'all start gassing if you want this account. I hope you're not asleep. Well, we already got 2 people, 3 people. There's a lot of people close already. Look at the chat go wild, Mark. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it? Ticker Tap. Our man Ticker Tap.
Oh, let's go.
Just nailed the number.
Boom.
The number was 113. Wow. What are the odds of that, Mark? 111 to 222. And the random number generator picked 113, 2 off of the edge. That's got to be outside of the Z score.
Yeah, that's a
math joke.
8 Sigma.
Yeah. That was an 8 Sigma move.
I love it.
Ticker Tap. I've already got your. I know your X. I know your X. I'm gonna shoot you a code for a free Lucid account right there, and we appreciate Mark stopping by and dropping the numbers in on that one, guys. Parasync code Wolf. Is that what we've got going on?
No, sorry. No, I'll have to get back to you with a new promo code.
We're working on a new code. Okay.
We're just about to talk about that after this separately. But yeah, good luck on tomorrow. I'm putting some money on Australia. $5.50. That seems crazy.
All right, never mind. Nobody use Parasync. This guy hates America. Do you see this? What is? No, I'm just totally joking. Totally joking. Of course, it's gonna be fun. Next week, are you coming on next week with us?
Sure, I'd love to. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we'll same day, same time.
Yeah, I think you'll be back on next Thursday. Jordy will be out of town, but I'll be here, and one of us is going to be happy. One of us is going to eat some crow.
All right. Good luck. Good luck in the game, guys.
We'll see. Yeah, Mark,
Thanks for having me.
appreciate you.
Have a
Cheers.
great
Have a
day,
great
Mark.
your day.
Appreciate you.
See you guys. Bye.
Shout out to the crew, man. Another week in the books.
Hold on, I gotta get Ticker Tap's
Get his get him his account.
here, we'll do Lucid Pro again.
Thanks,
There.
GB. Appreciate you,
Ticker
brother.
Tap. Let's go, Ticker Tap. Let's go. Third goal.
Oh, another. There goes.
Impresionante.
Yes, happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Shout out. I'm getting my dad a barbecue. I won't be here for Father's Day, but I'm getting him a new barbecue.
Here we go. All right, crew. I'm out of here. Jordy's out of here. Jordy's got a good vacation coming up. Happy Father's
I
Day
gotta
to
go
all the
pack.
dads. Happy Father's Day. Big shout out to the dads, the stepdads, the single moms that had to be dad as well. Everyone stepping in, doing your part. Big shout out to all you guys. We love you guys. Hope you have a great long weekend. Don't be dumb trading futures tomorrow. If you see an opportunity, you can take it, sure, whatever, but don't be dumb.
Don't do it.
Don't stress yourself out into a long weekend. Losing money on a holiday before a long weekend has got to be the worst. It's got to be the
Top
worst.
10 nightmares, bro. Like,
got to be. All right, crew. We're out. We'll see you guys. I'll be live next week. We're going to figure out how the Spaces stream thing's going to work, but we'll figure it out over this weekend. I'll be live somewhere no matter what. We'll have streams no matter what. We'll have some Spaces mixed in no matter what. We'll figure it out.
yes, sir.
We're
Peace,
out.
bro.